Who's on the call?
Right now, we have me, we have Mr. Young, we have Mr. Barlow,
And
we have
Miss,
Ms. Dorr, now we have
okay.
Ms. Burke.
All right, so you have 5.
Yep. Have you
Um,
sent it, Ms. Wilson, to Ms.
I sent
Page?
it to everyone.
I had technical problems this evening. I apologize for being late. I don't know what's going on with Richmond Public Schools computers. So
Honey, everybody's been having problems with this tonight.
We're live, everyone, just to let you know. Thank you.
well, that's fine. But
Okay.
just to let you all know that I would have been on time. However, my computer is acting different. But I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, good.
How
All
are you?
right, let's go with our roll call.
Okay. Well, you want to do yeah, I'll do that first. You want to do the announcement first or your roll call first?
Oh, do the announcement first.
Okay. So simultaneous translation is being provided tonight in Spanish via Zoom. The link to access the Zoom meeting can be found in the meeting notice. Once logged in, click interpretation and select Spanish to listen to the interpretation. All meeting participants are encouraged to speak slowly and deliberately to allow for accurate translation. With regard to your notice, this meeting is being held as an electronic meeting pursuant to and in compliance with the City of Richmond Ordinance 2020-093 and the school board's resolution approved on April 20th, 2020. The notice of the meeting stated the following. The meeting would be a virtual meeting and would be live streamed on the school division's Facebook page. The public could view it there and the link was provided. The board would not receive public comment. However, public comments could be submitted to the clerk at speakers@rvaschools.net, and the comments would be shared with the board and posted to board docs. The agenda for the meeting was posted to the RPS board docs site and the link was provided. After roll call, it will be determined how many and which board members are participating.
Okay,
Yes.
let's let the interpreters share at least part of that.
Okay.
Mr. Hernandez, did you get that? Ms. Page still says password invalid, Mr. Stanley.
Linda, this is Jonathan. You have to enter it several times. I had to enter the password, I think 5 or 6 times, but if you're persistent, it will accept it. At least that was my experience.
I can't tell if can somebody else work on the interpreters? Mr. Stanley, are they interpreting?
I am checking on them right now, Miss Owen.
Thank you.
Ms. Robles gave a thumbs up, so I think we're good.
Okay. So are they ready for us to go on with the roll call?
Yes.
Okay. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Owen, you ready for me to do roll call?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Page? She still hasn't. Ms. Cosby? Mr. Young?
Here.
I'm here.
Thank you. Dr. Sapini? Mrs. Dorr?
Here.
Mr. Barlow?
Here.
Ms. Gibson?
Here.
Ms. Burke?
Here.
Ms. Owen?
Here.
And you have a quorum, Madam Chair.
Okay.
The next item is the adoption of the agenda. I have one change, and that is to remove or defer 3.02, receive for action the Camelot contract. Are there any other
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So move.
That was
Second.
Ms. Burkham. I think that was Ms. Page.
Yes.
Even though Mr. Stanley, it says Elizabeth Dorr under her face.
Mm.
So the motion was made by Ms. Dorr and seconded by Ms. Page.
Yeah.
To adopt the agenda as amended.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Page,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Mr. Barlow,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson, Ms. Gibson,
You're muted. There you go.
I made a note in that I wanted to speak. I can adopt the agenda, but I have a comment regarding the agenda.
Okay.
so is that a yes, Ms. Gibson?
I'm sure.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Burke
Yes.
and Ms. Owen,
Yes.
motion
Okay.
passes.
All right, Ms. Gibson.
So I wanted to request that we revise the agenda so that action items 3.01, 3.02, the Camelot contract, the action for the title grants, 3.03, 3.04, 3.0, I think those are the only ones that we not have those as action items. As a board, we've said that we wanted to always have a meeting for discussion prior to taking a vote. And these items also did not have documentation up on board docs for, by Friday. I believe they maybe were, some of them came up on Sunday. So my request is that we move these to be discussion items and not vote on them.
Well, we have already taken off, we've already postponed 3.02. And we had already had on the agenda before, correct me if I'm wrong, 3.03. And we deferred that to this meeting when we were running late before. Is that correct, Mr. Camrus? About the policy, about promotion and retention?
I believe
No.
that's correct. No?
No?
Okay.
Okay. So you want, I know we had talked about it, but maybe that was just, all right. So title grants, we had said we would try to do those on the 29th, Ms. Udesco, is that correct?
We had said that we would bring Title 2 through 4 today, thinking we might need additional time for Title 1. They are all ready for approval this evening. We do have the meeting on the 29th. The deadline for submission is July 1st. So we would ask for either approval this evening, if possible, or if discussion warranted, it does give us space.
May I add one note for the board to consider?
Yes.
When upon approval, it goes to the VDOE for review. And there is a time factor. The sooner we're in queue, the sooner we get review, feedback, and approval from the DOE, allowing us to access funds sooner, which does allow schools, since the majority of this grant is for school funding for school-based plans, this does allow school leaders to get ahead of some of their ordering and such. So I would just ask that the board consider that as they consider the timing. This gets us 2 extra weeks ahead of other submissions.
All right. Ms. Gibson, do you then object to receiving for action those grants tonight?
I think it's unfortunate that this was not discussed sooner. And so I do think it's important that we have time as a board to review, ask questions, and to digest this information before taking action on these items. So my request is that those items, 3.01, the title grants, 3.02, the Camelot contract, which is not, the document is not up on board
We've already
docs.
postponed that one. We already did that. That was the amendment to the agenda that Ms. Wilson produced. That was,
So that one is not for today.
that is not for today.
Okay. So, but I do think it should be a discussion item unless it's going out further.
Ms.
Okay.
Owen,
So you're,
Ms. Owen?
yes, Ms. Tedesco.
I just want to raise one other issue for the board's consideration. That action 3.03 is in response to the board's previously passed resolution that if there is any current board policy that could potentially be in conflict with VDOE guidance due to the closure, that we inform the board of modification of policy. So we were bringing that in transparency to the board tonight. We're happy to talk through that, and if there needs to be further conversation, there can be. But this would be modification of policy in response to COVID.
All right, so Ms. Gibson is making a motion. Is that correct, Ms. Gibson?
Yes, my motion is that items 3.01, 3.02, 3.03, and I think those are the only ones. Those become discussion items and move into administrative business, section 5.
Is there a second to the motion? Seeing none, the motion fails for lack of a second. Ms. Page, you wanted to speak?
No, not now.
Okay. All right, then moving on to 103, approving the minutes of several meetings. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? No one is going to move to approve them.
So move.
All right, so we've got Mr. Barlow, then Ms. Page will be a second.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Mr. Barlow,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
and Ms. Owen.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Moving to public information. I thank everyone who has submitted public information. We have 47 pages of public information. We will read each one for no longer than 2 minutes, and some of them are nicely brief, but we will need to wait or move slowly for the interpreters. I'm going to stop now for them. Okay. Then, and again, Ms. Wilson, if you
Yes.
feel that you need to take a break and have someone else read, just let us know.
Okay.
I don't think we're hearing any feedback from your computer this time.
I'm trying something different. Thank you.
Okay. So let's go with our public information.
Okay. I'm trying to get back to the beginning of my page. All right. The first one is Tom Hartman. As I write, school systems and other organizations are cutting their cooperative ties with police departments. This is so exactly, precisely, indubitably the wrong thing to do. The knee-jerk temptation to placate anger must be passed through the processes of wisdom. In this case, the message from wisdom is clarion clear. Build, do not destroy. Find the truth beneath the anger. I am sure I do not need to argue the point with this group. Instead, I have a request. Draft, discuss, and adopt a resolution regarding the unshakable, ever-developing, ever-progressing relationship between Richmond Public Schools and the Richmond Police Department, and do it tonight, please. Kaisha King. I am a teacher in RPS. When I found out schools were closing, I cried. I cried because I knew that meant Black students with socioeconomic disadvantages, students with disabilities, and English language learners' educational gap would widen. During this pandemic, I have continued teaching and advocating for students. In RPS, 62.9% of students are Black, 19% are Hispanic, and 14% are white. Students of color, who are the majority, have been treated like the minority. Does it make sense that the majority is not thriving? This is the definition of systemic racism. It is painful to sit through school board meetings and hear people pour their hearts out and feel like they fall on deaf ears. As a city, we have all seen what has happened when concerns keep falling on deaf ears. Listen to the stakeholders. Stop having listening sessions to check a box. Dismantle the school to prison pipeline. That means RPD out and RPS in. Culturally responsive teaching for all. Restorative justice practices for all. Research and review the current discipline policy and score. More academic interventions. Add alternative discipline strategies. Cross-culture designed instruction that align to the standards, implicit bias training, and social emotional learning. These trainings should not just be for teachers. Training should be for any stakeholders who interact or make decisions for our students. When was the last time you went to training on any of these topics? We have to do better. I do not want to hear that a STEM school or boxed curricula is the solution to the systemic racism, and that's time on that one. Julie Joyner. Greetings, Richmond Public School Board, Superintendent, and staff. I am a parent to a rising 4th and 6th grade students in RPS. I am writing to voice my support for the student-led, broadly inclusive solution to address disparities in Richmond Public Schools proposed by student Jazz Minds. Students should have a voice, and we need to give them.
Angie, it's hard to hear your voice. You kind of went out.
Your
there.
voice just went away.
Okay. Is that better?
No.
I don't know what's going on. Is that better?
No.
Now?
No.
Do you want me
Would
to?
someone else like to go? 'Cause I'm here.
I can.
All right, we'll bet Miss Lily read for a bit.
Okay, thank you.
Can you time me, Angie, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Julie Joyner. Greetings, Richmond Public School Board, Superintendent and staff. My name is Julie Joyner. I am a parent to rising 4th and 6th grade students in Richmond in RPS. I am writing to voice my support for the student-led, broadly inclusive coalition to address disparities in Richmond Public Schools proposed by student Jazz Miles. Students should have a voice, and we need to give them this opportunity. Thank you very much for your support. Elias Lucreets Marquise. I apologize for any mispronunciations. I'm a student from Linwood Holton Elementary. I am writing because I do not like that there is racial injustice at school. There shouldn't be racial injustice anywhere, especially at school. School is supposed to be a place that you should feel comfortable going to. I don't really know how it feels to be scared to go to school, but no one should have to feel that way. So please, can you help? Thanks for your support. Christine Lucrece Marquise. I'm a parent of a Linwood Holton Elementary student. I am writing to voice my support for a student-led inclusive coalition to address racial disparities in the RPS system. We need to include a range of student voices if we hope to enact justice and provide all of our students with opportunities for success. Thank you very much for your support. Emmett Sheridan. I am an upcoming sixth grader at Henderson Middle School. I think every RPS school should have equal resources. I'm writing to voice my support of a student-led, broadly inclusive coalition to address disparities in Richmond Public Schools. Students should have a voice. Tim Lucrece Marquise. I'm a parent of a fourth grader at Holton Elementary. I am writing to voice my support of a student-led, broadly inclusive coalition to address disparities in Richmond Public Schools. I hope you will seriously consider this initiative, particularly during this time of public communal discernment and in a city that continues to experience racial and socioeconomic inequities, particularly with regard to schooling. I very much believe students should have a voice in addressing these issues. Thank you for your support. Felix Lease. I am a student at Linwood Holton Elementary School. I'm writing to voice my support of a student-led, broadly inclusive coalition to address disparities in Richmond Public Schools. Students should have a voice. Anella Hardiman, a rising third grader at Holton. I'm writing to voice my support for Jazz Miles's idea of a student-led inclusive coalition to address disparities in Richmond Public Schools. I think everyone should be equal no matter what. It's not fair to treat people differently because of how they look or who they are. Students should have a voice. Elizabeth Wong. As you all are aware, we are living in quite the time in history, one in which we cannot stand by in silence as our Black friends and neighbors are mistreated in many aspects of life because white supremacy pervades every institution and system in the United States. COVID-19 has shown a light on the intersection of all these issues and the disparate impact on Black and Brown communities. On top of that, we hear continual news of the killing killing of and assault on Black people at the hands of law enforcement and by others who disregard the value of Black lives. Well, enough is enough. As the parent of two children, a rising fifth grader and a rising first grader at Linwood Holton Elementary School, and as a concerned citizen of Richmond City in the 2nd District, I write on two related matters. One, I voice my support of a student-led, broadly inclusive coalition to address disparities in Richmond Public Schools as proposed by Jazz Miles. In the same way, we ask that our communities have a voice in the policies and policing that most impact them. I ask that our students have a voice in addressing the racial disparities that impact them. There must be alternatives to the school to prison pipeline, and involving students in identifying those solutions would be a good step. I am hopeful that they can identify other ways to mediate disputes on their campuses that are more productive than involving law enforcement. Two, related, I support efforts to remove police officers from acting within RPS and to limit the role of student resource officers. Funding would be better used to support counselors and other staff who can assist with our students' mental health in a trauma-informed manner. Our students, thank you. Kiera Montgomery is a Richmond resident. She's writing to voice my support of a student-led, broadly inclusive coalition to address disparities in Richmond Public Schools as proposed by Jazz Miles. Students should have a voice. Carol Obracha, again, I apologize for any mispronunciation. I am writing today in support of a student-led inclusive coalition to address disparities in Richmond Public Schools. I am a mother of 3 daughters who attended Richmond Richmond Public Schools from 1979 until 2003, and the grandmother of an open high school sophomore. The proposal from Jazz Miles to begin a student-led advisory group to give voice to needs for full inclusion for all students is especially important in 2020. The voices of young adults can enhance peer support, allow better responses to student needs. Excuse me. Sorry about that. The proposal from Jazz Miles to begin a student-led advisory group to give voice to the needs for full inclusion for all students is especially important in 2020. Power off. The voices of young adults can enhance peer support, allow better responses to student needs, and initiate changes in policies and procedures that will make make the RPS experience even better for all students. Please respond positively to his request. Molly Brannon is a parent of a rising RPS second grader in kindergarten and is writing to voice her support of a student-led broadly inclusive coalition to address disparities in Richmond Public Schools. Students should have a voice. Katie Uting, I'm a Richmond City resident and a 13-year teacher for the city of Richmond. I am writing in support of Jazz Miles' initiative for a student-led coalition, inclusive coalition to address racial disparities in Richmond Public Schools. Mr. Miles has always taken on leadership roles, does well academically, and has a wonderfully supportive family. He plans to use his leadership skills to make lasting and positive impacts for our city and schools. Please consider allowing him this opportunity to lead a student coalition to address racial disparities in RPS. Thank you for your time and consideration. Bill Obracha, I am the parent of 3 former Richmond Public School students. I also have a granddaughter who currently attends Open High School, and I teach part-time in the adult education department of RPS. I'm writing this email in support of efforts in support of the efforts of Jazz Miles, a neighbor and rising sophomore at Richmond Community High School. Mr. Miles is working to establish a student advisory group to address racial disparities in the school system. The group will be composed of students with diverse backgrounds and perspectives. I hope you will support this initiative. Reverend Terry Menifee Yao, I'm writing in support of the proposal by Jazz Miles and RPS freshmen for a student-led inclusive coalition to address racial disparities at Richmond Public Schools. I'm a Richmond resident, and my son and husband are alumni of Richmond Public Schools. Please consider his proposal with the utmost respect. Keosha Scott is a parent of an RPS student, also writing to voice her support of the student-led inclusive coalition to address disparities proposed by Jazz Miles. Phil Ripke, please sever all ties to RPD and use the savings to hire more counselors. Susan Haas, I would like to address our Dreams for RPS Goal 4, teacher retention. At my school alone, in the last 2 years, out of 31 classroom teachers as of Friday, June 11th, we have lost 10 veteran teachers, a new teacher, and 2 who have already declared they will retire at the end of the upcoming year. These are all dedicated, excellent teachers and were respected by their peers, parents, and community. That adds up to a 58% retention rate in just one school. We all know why teachers leave. There's ample anecdotal evidence as well as research, studies, and journal articles. Teachers leave because of their school administration. This is not a surprise. I know it, you know it, and Mr. Cameron and his cabinet know it. They even know which schools are having these problems. The question I pose to you is, why isn't anything being done about it? What is the point of having these wonderful goals that the community created and agreed upon that you voted for if nothing is done to ensure the goals? I have tried to talk about this quietly through conversations with some of you, but that is not working. In one of the responses I received recently, I was told that the school board knew about the problem. Ours wasn't the only school, and now is not a precipitous time to deal with it. When would be a precipitous time to deal with this? How many dedicated teachers do we need to lose before this becomes important enough for RPS and the school board to deal with it? This is not a rhetorical question. I genuinely want to know what it will take for this issue to become important enough to deal with it in a real, valid, effective manner, not just lip service. This problem will never get better unless you decide that enough is enough. Thank you. Vonda Kelly. I am a Richmond resident and a parent of a student at Holton Elementary. I'm writing to voice my support of a student-led, broadly inclusive coalition to address disparities in RPS as proposed by Jazz Miles. Students should have a voice. Jessica Shim. I am a teacher at RPS and I live in the 4th District. I am writing to urge the school board to 1, not renew its contract with Camelot, and 2, vote to terminate the MOU between RPD and RPS and move immediately on a 1-to-1 replacement of SROs with non-disciplinary support staff positions like counselors. I'm sure you are aware that Camelot Education is a for-profit company that makes money off of removing students from their neighborhood public school environment, pushing students even further away from their teachers and community members who know and care about them. The precious millions of dollars we spend funneling taxpayer money into private companies like Camelot can and should be invested back into the community through in-school restorative justice, conflict resolution programs led by community leaders, and hiring more counselors. RPS needs to stop hiring from the outside and start investing in our community. In addition, Camelot has faced allegations of abuse and mistreatment in its alternative schools. Why would we want to give money to a company? Why do we want our students to be subject to the rules and regulations of a company that is facing these kinds of allegations? This brings me to another organization that is not only facing allegations of abuse and mistreatment, but is brutally hurting and murdering the people of our community, the Richmond Police Department. I urge the board to take a vote to terminate the MOU between RPS and RPD and reinvest the money spent to hire. Thank you. Christine Clark. I'm writing in support of a student-led initiative to create an inclusive, student-directed coalition to assist you in addressing disparities in Richmond Public Schools. We are in the midst of hopefully transformative times, thanks in large part to young people. I am confident the above referenced coalition will strengthen our educational system. This is an opportunity for RPS. Thank you very much for your support. Al Copolilo. I recently retired from VCU as the chair of the Department of Occupational Therapy, and I am a resident of Richmond City. I am writing in support of the student-led coalition on racial disparities proposed by student Jazz Miles for the upcoming academic year. I feel the proposed initiative is an innovative solution to a longstanding issue that has been steeped in silence for far too long. The idea of a group of young girls and boys discussing issues of disparity and inclusion, learning from each other, and promoting racial healing in Richmond seems to have substantial potential. I encourage you to consider it. Thank you. Catherine McDonald. I am a longtime resident of the city of Richmond. My 2 sons attended our public schools from elementary to high school, and I remain committed to supporting our children, teachers, and all who work in our schools. I am writing you today to voice my support for a student-led, broadly inclusive coalition to address disparities in Richmond Public Schools. I believe that our students' voices must be part of any conversations we have going forward. They will bring a varied and invaluable perspective. They will bring varied and invaluable perspectives on persistent racial injustice in our school system. Thank you very much for all you do on behalf of our children. John Williamson, I'm writing to express my support for a student-led, broadly inclusive coalition to address disparities in Richmond Public Schools because I believe students should have a voice. The implications of race for how we live and relate to each other is obviously of critical concern. So it is essential that students have a means for addressing its implications in their schools. I would appreciate you supporting this. The next few are in support of the same item. We have Casey Fields, who is the parent of an RPS student, Lavornia Scott, a parent of an RPS student, Tawana Scott, a parent of an RPS student, all writing to voice their support of a student-led inclusive coalition to address disparities in Richmond Public Schools proposed by Jazz Miles. Gary Macbeth. I am a Richmond resident and former director of the National Teacher Assistance Center for Children's Mental Health at Georgetown University. I am writing to ask you to support a timely, innovative, and important student-led initiative proposed by Jazz Miles, who is a high school freshman in the Richmond Public Schools. This is a dynamic time in American history that is mobilizing young people across the country to open up discussion and take action on addressing racial disparities in our nation. As you know, this struggle is not new. It has been going on in different ways, since 1619, when the first African slaves were brought to Virginia. What is new is the opportunity, led by the energy of our youth, to bring discussion of these issues of racial disparities to the forefront and to find practical solutions to addressing these issues in the context of our public schools. This initiative, proposed by Jazz Miles, is unique in its inclusiveness, bringing together students with a full range of experiences, disabilities, and hopes to discuss and share how racial disparities in the school system have personally affected them and their outlook on life, and to find solutions that can improve the educational experience for all students. It is an opportunity to develop an initiative that can also increase the voice and confidence of students, increase their leadership skills, give them tools for navigating the adult environment they will be entering, and most importantly, to help bring about change. I hope you will come together as leaders of the Richmond Public School System to embrace this initiative and provide positive for its growth.
Time.
We have Maureen Campbell, a former student of Richmond Public Schools who attended Mary Mumford and Maggie Walker's Governor's School. And we also have Marty Gravitt, who is a Richmond City resident and a parent of 2 alumni of Richmond Public Schools, who both are writing in support of the student-led, broadly inclusive coalition to address disparities in Richmond Public Schools. Mr. Marty Gravitt adds, what could be more affirming to students and more informing to decision makers than listening to the voice of students? I would love to see you support this excellent idea. Ellen Nicholas, I'm writing to voice my support of forming a student-led coalition to address racial injustice in Richmond City Public Schools. Students of color, particularly Black students, need to be included and allowed to lead these conversations. Reverend Amy Russell, please consider the creation of a very diverse and inclusive student advisory board that includes students of various academic levels and experiences. We need to include all voices so that racial inequity can be addressed. Melissa Mannon, I don't have children, but I do think a thriving school system that meets the needs of our youth and serves as a safe space for all students is important for our community. For that reason, I am writing to ask that you remove RPD from our local schools. Police presence does not mean safety to every student and reinforces the idea that our communities need excessive policing. It continues to criminalize behaviors with root causes that can be addressed effectively and compassionately through other means. Please remove RPD from our schools and invest funds into our classrooms, expanded opportunities for our city's children, and access to necessary services like mental health and social workers. Margaret Eads, I'm a longtime Richmond resident and a parent of 3 children who graduated from Richmond Public Schools. I would like to lend my support to the student-led inclusive coalition to address racial disparities suggested by RPS freshman Jasmine Miles. It's exciting to see students stepping up to be part of the solution, and his idea of including young people from a variety of perspectives is an excellent one. Thank you for your consideration of his proposal. Nia Ford, I'm a Richmond Public Schools teacher and I support the immediate removal of SROs from our schools. I'd like to begin by lauding Kenya Gibson for her public statement on several of the racist structures that remain firmly intact within our schools. As Kenya stated, trained school personnel, not police, should be tasked with intervention in moments of crisis for students. Thank you, Kenya, for your leadership on this issue. We cannot in good conscience allow our students, many of whom live in over-policed communities, to spend their days in schools with a police presence. Not only is there no evidence that law enforcement in schools makes schools safer, keeping police in our schools is in direct opposition to priority 3 and 4 of Dreams for RPS, which refer to school culture and community partnerships. Action 3.8 in Dreams for RPS states a desire to change policies that are contributing to the school to prison pipeline. Ending our partnership with Richmond Police is our opportunity to do that. As stated in the MOU, with RPD, the goal of this partnership aims to reduce and prevent crime, violence, victimization, fear in and around the school community, and minimize student involvement with criminal justice systems. A school law enforcement partnership does the exact opposite. Within the MOU, it states, SROs can involve themselves in school-based incidents, even if the school's administrators have not called them to respond. Thank you. Patricia Nicholson, my name is Patty Nicholas. Maybe that's Miss Nicholas, I'm sorry. I am writing to voice my support of a student-led, broadly inclusive coalition to address disparities in Richmond Public Schools. Students should have a voice. Janet Lundy, I am a Richmond resident. I am writing today to demand that the school board end the partnership between Richmond Public Schools and the Richmond Police Department and remove the RPD from our schools. The presence of law enforcement does not create a safer environment. Doesn't create a safer school environment. That can be better accomplished by using restorative justice measures instead. Amanda Reisner, I am writing concerning the opening of schools. My number one concern is the cleanliness of our schools. Our schools were not clean enough pre-COVID. I'm not worried about the day we all return. It is the upkeep that concerns me. We often did not have soap, or if we did, it was not in a dispenser. We didn't have enough paper towels or cleaning supplies. Our air conditioning never worked right. The ventilation system in the schools is definitely not up to par. To make our sinks work, you push or twist the spigot and it turns off in a few seconds. So you have to hold it as you wash. None of that is safe, especially now. We need everyone to have touchless sinks, touchless soap dispensers, and someone needs to be cleaning high-touched areas all day. I still have not found wipes to clean my own house with. How are we ensuring that every classroom will have enough wipes once we reopen? We cannot take the cleanliness of our schools lightly anymore. My second major concern is for us working parents. My own children go to school in Henrico, which has put out info that they are going to a hybrid plan in the fall. I am very worried about how that would look for our family trying to manage 2 districts' schedules. I really struggled this spring managing teaching my students and teaching my own children at home. It was virtually impossible for me to teach all day and teach my youngest son simultaneously. After spring break, I ended up sacrificing my own children's learning.
Time.
Thank you. Jessica Jaffe, police presence, and she is a Richmond resident, or yes. Police presence in schools contributes directly to the school to prison pipeline, allowing RPD to target and single out young Black kids before they've even reached high school. Black students are expelled 3 times more than white students, and students who have previously been suspended or expelled are 3 times more likely to be involved with the juvenile justice system the next year. Block the school to prison pipeline. Take RPD out of our schools. Protect our Black neighbors, brothers, sisters, and children. Bethany Awesome. We as adults need to remember that overwhelmingly, adults are treated with more respect than children. As someone who looks much younger than my age, I continue to be reminded of this fact firsthand nearly every time I step into the middle or high school setting. I have been finger snapped at, yelled at, ordered to stand up, told to be quiet, sometimes even after they realize that I am a student's parent. I cannot recall a single genuinely respectful interaction I've had with a school resource officer. So imagine how our children feel. Our children do not need to be raised alongside the embodiment of authority and punishment. Please remove the police from RPS. Thank you for your time. Jazz Miles. I'm a Richmond Public Schools rising sophomore at Richmond Community. I am writing to voice my proposal of a student-led coalition that will address and look for solutions to racial disparities within the school system and community. As students, we are all feeling hopeless during these trying times. We desperately want to go out there and protest and be a part of the movement to end the discrimination and hate towards African Americans. But unfortunately, many of us cannot, which is making a lot of my peers feel like they cannot do anything to help out, which is why I would like to have a student-led coalition put in place that includes students of all backgrounds. How will the group work? It will be inclusive. No GPA requirements, no recommendations, just a simple essay on why they are interested in joining this will ensure that the group is diverse. It will tackle issues of racial injustice throughout the school system and the community by having us speak to public officials on big changes that may be going on and how it may affect different students throughout the city. We will be able to see firsthand how changes go into action and have say on what happens. Through talking to school officials and having the new changes explained to us thoroughly and being able to voice our opinions on the change. Overall, the goal of this group is to make RPS as inclusive as possible and make it a safe environment for those who supposedly benefit from it, the students. Believe me when I say this, all students want to help make a change, so please give us a chance to do so.
Time.
Blaze Wingold. I'm a rising senior at Richmond Community High School. I'm writing to voice my support of a student-led, broadly inclusive coalition to address disparities in Richmond Public Schools. Students should have a voice. Thank you very much for your support. Quinlan Musgrave. I am a resident, mother, and small business owner in the city of Richmond. All of the children in our blended family are either current, former, or future RPS students. It may seem like a complicated matter to rid our schools of all RPD SROs. Some people, as reported in a recent Times Dispatch article, are touting the value of youth programming provided by RPD and mentoring opportunities for cops and kids. But this is BS. How can we tout that idea about the value of SROs while watching our juvenile detention facilities fill up with kids and hearing from students that it feels like prison when they are in school? I know we have a long way to go in this city to get our schools to where they need to be, and the lack of funding and energy that could be invested is tied directly to white supremacy and maintaining the status quo at the expense of Black Richmonders and Black youth. I have never been in support of cops in schools. Cops don't prevent crime. Until the entire system of policing has been overhauled, defunded, or abolished and reimagined, there will always be kids for whom cops in schools will not equal safety and security, but rather fear, intimidation, and the potential for a devastatingly altered life journey. We should be putting our limited dollars to better use in service for all the children in RPS, not buying ridiculous curricular or entering into contracts that tend to enrich a few folks, but not serve the students or teachers in any meaningful way.
Time.
Thank you. Amy Brown. I am writing to you as an individual teacher in RPS. I was surprised to see that the reopening of schools survey appeared to be mainly an A, B, C, or D choice geared toward general education teachers with a bit of room for comments. Will there be additional surveys that zoom in on the following topics? 1, safety measures to protect all staff, such as PPE, provided for everyone in the building, including students per the suggestion of the WHO or CDC. 2, transportation costs and concerns with each option as well as virtual options. 3, teacher to student ratios that employees are comfortable with in terms of the numbers instead of the term of half of the students given the large class sizes. 4, a plan for a significantly increased number of substitutes dedicated to each school building to avoid the common practice of absorbing students when a teacher is absent. 5, and lastly, will the staff see a selection of plans such as this for virtual opening scenarios that may be synchronous, asynchronous, or a blend of the two? Thank you for your time. David Warren. I am a student at Richmond Community High School. I am writing in regards to the mission of my fellow colleague and friend, Jazz Miles. It is my perception that those considered ignorant due to the conditions that almost certainly were caused by our government and educational system are considered and treated as lesser than those born with a silver spoon in their mouth. I believe that all students deserve that same effort and caring regardless of their race, intelligence, and wealth. I plead that you hear the voices of the students, seeing that you as teachers and faculty hold the keys to our future and success in life. Eric Mahan. I live in the Richmond's 4th District and work in the 3rd District. My partner is a teacher in Richmond Public Schools. I have been following the stories regarding the removal of SROs from schools and would like to comment on the issue. I often hear the argument that SROs develop trusting and caring relationships with students and are good role models. However, I don't think SROs develop these relationships with children because they are SROs, but because they are well-intentioned people who want to contribute to the community. Why are we putting these individuals through a training program developed by an inherently racist structure like the police department? Could we think outside of the box to create positions that are non-disciplinary in nature and train people in de-escalation tactics? Could we reinvest the money that we spend partnering with RPD into housing, libraries, bike trails, food, so that everyone in the community is provided with a solid foundation of living? I hope Richmond can start imagining the community that we could be outside of the traditional boundaries of reform. Also, I want to say that developing a good relationship with one cop is not going to stop the next cop from killing a Black person because of the color of their skin. People are getting murdered in their sleep. Things are not going to change just because one civilian has a good relationship with one cop. Thank you for all you do. Sarah Hunter. I am a teacher coming from Norfolk Public Schools and have been hired by RPS to teach in the fall. I just moved to the 7th District and am writing to implore the school board to vote to terminate the use of RPD and RPS with an immediate one-to-one replacement of SROs with behavior specialists or other non-disciplinary support staff in the schools. Reinvesting money spent to hire SROs to be behavior specialists, social workers, and/or counselors is a necessary investment for the students' futures we are servicing. In the current state of policing, it is irresponsible for a district that teaches predominantly Black and brown students not to listen to the Black community and the dangers they face when coming in contact with the RPD. The police department is an oppressive structure that has no business being in a building that holds so many futures at stake. I read that your former teacher of the year, Rodney Robinson, said that a majority of his students got their first charges at school for disorderly conduct. If that doesn't make you sick to your stomach, I think that you are in the wrong profession. Imagine if instead an SRO deciding the fate of those students, instead, imagine if an SRO deciding the fate of those students, a behavior specialist spent the time to understand the best way to help them process the trauma they are experiencing and trying to express, in their disorderly behavior. If we are truly in education for the students, we should be helping to educate them instead of throwing them away based on bad decisions.
Time.
Thank you. Shara Robinson. I was very concerned at comments I've just become aware of about an RPS officer threatening a middle school student at Albert Hill. As a pastor that oversees students in that school and in RPS, that concerns me greatly. As a mother of a middle schooler, that concerns me greatly. I think it's time RPS cuts its ties with the Richmond Police and starts to really evaluate their policies. As a former educator, I know how frustrating it is to have distractions in our classrooms and hallways, but policing is not the answer. Oftentimes, this only exacerbates the problem, especially when police are not trained to de-escalate or have training on working with problem students with mental illness issues or special needs issues. I know firsthand how brilliant and amazing these Richmond Public Schools teachers and administrators are. And so I fully pray and hope things can be rectified and you'll hear the outcry of parents and community that work with the students and families. I know you are in education because you love kids and know their future is important. It's also important to fully vet those that are speaking into their lives. Thank you so much. Erica Biggert. I am an educator who works with Richmond Public Schools. I work with 7 elementary schools and Elkhart Thompson Middle School, and I implore you to remove any members of the Richmond Police Department from Richmond Public Schools. Our schools should be a safe place for students to learn and feel comfortable. Police officers should not be on site in an environment that emphasizes personal growth and safety. Instead, the students need more access to counselors and resources to help them process any adverse childhood experiences that they may be experiencing. Let's make RPS a safe, resource-enriched environment in which RPD plays no role. Barry O'Keefe. I am a resident of Richmond's 3rd District, a parent and a teacher. I am writing to voice my support for the goals laid out by Kenya Gibson in her open letter, Black Lives Matter, at RPS. If we're serious about ending the school to prison pipeline, we have to remove the police from schools. Police in schools equals the pipe. Close that pipe. Kenya's goals are bulleted below. Thank you sincerely. And the goals are, we must develop a plan to transition police out of our schools. We must have a substantive conversation about special education. We must establish baseline equity across our school zones. We must allocate resources to Black teacher recruitment, retention, and development. Finally, we must put forward a just reopening strategy for the fall 2020 school year. Michael Langen. I'm writing in firm and wholehearted support of actions needing to be taken to ensure there is finally racial justice in RPS. My family and I have lived in Richmond since 2009, and as a father with 3 children in multiple grades and schools within RPS, as a lawyer witnessing injustice, and as a human being, the unjust state of RPS is appalling. I am joining in with many other families and with City Representative Kenya Gibson to demand the following of RPS. Develop and follow through on a plan to transition police out of our schools. Especially now, there is no legitimate basis for the police presence in our schools. RPS must immediately sever ties with the RPD and instead invest the money in school counselors, mental health professionals. Children do not need to watch RPD officers gas peaceful protests, ram citizens with their cars, and constantly abuse their position to the detriment of Black and other lives in our community, and then see these same officers protecting their school. We are not militarizing school discipline. Policing our children in a school has not and will not result in positive positive societal change needed to correct the inequities within RPS. Next, have more substantive conversations about special education. We are leaving behind children with special needs, especially during COVID. It does not appear that special education has ever been much of a focus within RPS, and there is no justice for families.
Time.
Thank you. Mark Fisher. Given the recent events in our city and the very public and blatant misconduct by RPD, our family believes it's time to reconsider the presence of police in our schools. Between using squad cars as weapons, to gassing and macing peaceful protesters, we must consider the idea that police presence in our schools has less to do with community engagement and more to do with facilitation of the school to prison pipeline, and that it does not make our schools more safe. I myself, with 2 children attending Linwood Holton, was maced by police before curfew and in violation of no law on June 1, 2020. The same organization that attacked me has done little to hold these officers accountable, while also having done little to secure the crosswalk between our neighborhood and Holton, an intersection made more dangerous by the Confederate monument of AP Hill. Our school system severing ties with RPD not only holds them accountable, it also sends a clear message that what our children need are counselors, teachers, coaches, and mentors, rather than an armed guard who represents the false peace of a broken, unjust, and racist militarized system of oppression in our community. Aka Langen. I am writing in full support of taking all steps needed to immediately rectify the longstanding racial injustice rampant through RPS. My family and I have been in Richmond since 2009 and have 3 children across multiple schools within RPS. We are firsthand witnesses to the racial injustice and terrible inequities within RPS and across our city. I fully support City Representative Kenya Gibson's platform for starting to correct racial injustice in RPS. In particular, we must get police officers out of our schools and end RPS's relationship with the RPD. Not only is it enormously inappropriate to have such a heavy police presence in our schools, forcing children to witness RPD officers attacking city residents, running over protesters, and gassing peaceful gatherings, but RPS is failing to invest in the well-being of its students and families. RPS must remove these officers, discontinue all association with the RPD, and instead invest this funding into the mental health and school counseling professionals who can actually help support our children. Virginia Bill HB 1653 requires schools to increase the number of school counselors based on student population numbers. This was passed in April of this year, and to my knowledge, RPS has released nothing of its plans to comply. Some schools, for example, have only a single guidance counselor, a role which, as put in practice and defined by the American School Counselor Association, is outmoded and no longer exists for the entire student body.
Time.
Thank you. Renee Hill. I am Renee Hill, a parent of former students in Richmond schools, including John B. Carey, Mary Mumford, and the John Marshall and Kennedy High Schools. I realize that this email is late, but I still would like to express my support for a student-led inclusive coalition to address racial disparities. I believe Ms. Jazz Miles A first-year high school student should be a leader in the development of this coalition. Eric Spivak. My comment is regarding social distancing on buses. When I see the constraints in the plan on how far apart kids need to be on the buses, even in phase 3, it seems like he would have to double or triple the number of buses we provide. But that doesn't seem realistic, given that historically, we've had a hard time finding enough bus drivers for existing buses. Regardless of each phase's iteration, it seems to be the main constraint. I suggest that to overcome this, instead of distancing, we require masks while on buses, even for younger students. It's a shorter amount of time than the full school day, so possibly more realistic. Ryan Dondero. Over the last 2 weeks, city school divisions across the country have begun to rethink their relationships with school resource officers, or SROs. In Minneapolis, Denver, and Portland, districts have discontinued or committed to discontinuing formal partnerships with local police departments. Closer to home, Charlottesville City Schools announced just this last Thursday that they were bringing an end to their use of SROs. Richmond Public Schools should do the same. There are 2 goals stated in the Memorandum of Understanding between Richmond Public Schools and the Richmond Police Department. The first is to promote positive and supportive school climates. The second is to create and maintain safe and secure school environments. Unless Richmond has magically bucked the trends that have so harmfully characterized policing in our schools over the last decade, I venture to guess neither of these goals are consistently being met. While there is no evidence to suggest SROs make schools safer, there is a great deal of evidence that points to the harm policing of our schools has had on Black and Latinx students and students with disabilities. According to the U.S. Department of Education, data analyzed by the Center for Public Integrity in 2015, Virginia schools led the nation in students referred to law enforcement. Predictably, those students were disproportionately Black and/or students with disabilities. A Justice Policy Institute report from that same year found that even controlling for a school district's poverty level, schools with officers had 5 times as many arrests for disorderly conduct as schools without them. The presence of SROs in schools exacerbates systemic disproportionalities in student discipline and makes students less, not more safe. We need to get police out of our schools. One of the priorities of the RPS strategic plan is to foster safe and loving school cultures. The continued existence of police officers in our schools is inconsistent with this priority. There are other options. We can continue investing in community schools. We can continue putting into place restorative justice programs. We can develop plans for social and emotional learning and behavioral monitoring and reinforcements. We can do better. Let's be on the right side here. Let's make Richmond's schools police free. Caitlin Frazier. I wanted to voice my support for Kenya Gibson's plan detailed in her June 7th piece, Black Lives Matter at Richmond Public Schools, and in turn, Richmond Public School students. As she illustrates in her piece, Richmonders, and more specifically the school board, has the obligation to not only tear monuments to white supremacy and the Confederacy, down, but also reallocate funds away from racist policies and structures in the Richmond school system. I hope the school board decides to follow her lead in enacting her suggested policies with regard to the police presence in schools. The funding of special education, equity among all school zones, resources dedicated to Black teacher recruitment and retainment, and a COVID-19 school safety plan. The school board has the opportunity, starting today, to respond to the powerful community-led changes of the past few weeks with making tangible improvements to the structure of RPS. I hope they decide to listen to their city. Margaret Cook. I am a parent of a rising first grader at Mary Mumford. I would like to provide feedback about schools reopening in the fall. We are a 2 working parents family, and we also have a toddler and a new baby due any day. It is absolutely essential for us that our daughter be at school physically in the fall. The fact that virtual schooling for days and weeks on end is even being considered is like a slap in the face to working/single parent families. How can we possibly facilitate our daughter's virtual learning when both of us are at work as essential frontline healthcare workers? Furthermore, our daughter has an IEP and special learning needs, which presents another barrier to virtual learning, as do our toddler and soon to be born baby. It is not possible for every Richmond Public School family to pay for private tutoring, private daycare, or in-home babysitting for our young children when school is out of session. I understand that some teachers are worried about the virus transmission and would prefer to continue working from home for that reason. But this is not a luxury afforded to the countless frontline and essential workers who make up RPS parents. I sincerely hope you will prioritize the needs of working families during this time. So far, when I keep reading about options that include any kind of virtual learning for young children, it really feels like there's an assumption that all RPS families have a dedicated stay-at-home parent who can drop their lives to facilitate their children's online learning. It is very anxiety-provoking for our family. I sincerely hope that your time, thank you. Candace Roquemore Bonner. I am a Holton parent, mental health provider, and social advocate. I am writing to voice my support of a student-led, broadly inclusive coalition to address disparities in Richmond Public Schools. It is imperative that students have a voice. I know this year has been full of challenges, and as a district, you have worked tirelessly to overcome those challenges. As a parent, I appreciate your support for our students during the pandemic. However, we are in yet another moment of heightened racial awareness in America. While we collectively mourn the murders of our Black Americans and navigate the path forward, it is absolutely critical to consider the impacts of these traumatic modern events and their direct connection to Black American history on students of all races. Not only do we need to address the emotional state of students and staff, but also make changes that create real, positive impacts on our students' lives and collective futures. To be clear, ignoring the injustices of widespread normalized racism and intolerance of others, or simply making a statement is not an option. You are equally responsible for helping our students build their capacity to understand and confront racism, as well as contribute to a society where peace and justice prevail. Your schools have the obligation to serve the students who attend them. At this moment, serving your Black students and students of color means openly and loudly affirming your stance as an anti-racist institution and having a student-led coalition. Thank you. Amanda Cleland. In the quest for racial equality, I implore all of our schools to remove the unnecessary and detrimental impact of the police. We need empathy and positive attention for our children, not life-impacting punishment. Remove RPD from RPS. Greg Lewis. Your survey on options for reopening schools is flawed. You needed to add a fifth option for reopening as normal without virtual learning. We cannot continue with the horrendous results we've seen for the final 3 months where our children missed classroom instruction. Virtual learning, unfortunately, has been a failure. I urge you to not continue doing it as a terrible experiment on our kids. I hope you will revise the survey and add reopening schools as a fifth option. I believe you will be surprised by the amount of support for that option. What started out as a good academic year in 2019 ended in disaster. It has hurt our children. Please don't continue it for the next academic year. Kyle Dozier. I write to urge you to end your current relationship with the Richmond Richmond Police Department. School resource officers in Virginia schools disproportionately send Black and brown children into the criminal justice system in situations that could otherwise be dealt with constructively by professionals trained in social work, counseling, and family support. I am a longtime Richmond resident, and for years, I worked with local nonprofits to manage in-school and after-school garden programming for Richmond Public School children. I saw firsthand the disparities between schools in wealthier and whiter areas and those in struggling communities, mostly Black. All schools in Richmond struggle with public funding, but in wealthier areas, schools can rely on local PTA organizations and other private support to make up the difference between the schools we want and the funding we get. Schools in poor areas must scramble to find resources anywhere they can. These schools often accept more help from police departments because they are available and they are well funded as a result of tough on crime policies that for decades have answered root community problems like poverty with escalating force and control instead of help and support for those that need it. But police are not the solution to these problems, certainly not in our schools. Instead, it has been shown that they make problems worse by giving our children arrest records and sending them to juvenile detention, disrupting their home communities even more and exacerbating the cycles of poverty and crime. As a community, we can and we will. Thank you. Sam Howard. I would like to formally request that the current MOU arrangement with RPD and its officers be rescinded. Our schools do not require armed law enforcement. Children, many of which have prior trauma related to law enforcement, deserve a safe space to learn and grow, free from the re-traumatization of officers with guns. I request that any funding used to fulfill the MOU be utilized for increased social services and support, specifically to promote a trauma-informed approach to education and cultivate our future generations. As a trauma and forensic nurse, I see the fear that even the most robust child and adult has when a police officer enters our treatment area. Schools are a safe space, not an extension of trauma. So please end your agreement with RPD and allow our schools to be safe again. Thank you for your time and consideration. Barbara Haas. I am the librarian at TC Bouchal Middle School and a resident of the 3rd District in this beautiful city. I like to speak to having school resource officers in our school. This has been a heartbreaking time in our city, in our country, but painting a wide brush on this issue is not helpful. Our SRO is the opposite of some of what we're seeing across the country right now. He is an example of what is possible when you don't defund police, but reimagine police. He is an integral part of our school culture and climate. His caring attitude and calm demeanor has de-escalated many a situation. His office is in the library, so I have a front row seat to how he conducts business in our building. There isn't a day that goes by that our, what Rodney Robinson would call, at potential students come by to say hello, calm down, get a snack, ask for advice, talk sports, get a hug, and other such activities. He is a fixture in the classroom, reading, listening, discussing. Like all policing should be, it is not about punitive actions, it's about relationships. When Officer Foster is needed at our school, students don't freak out, they calm down. Our students know that he cares about them. Our students know that he cares about them. Our students know that he cares about them. And it's not just our at-potential students either. There was an incident where one of our scholars witnessed a shooting on her way to the bus stop.
Time.
Thank you. Monica Gamble. My oldest child is a rising kindergartner who will attend Barack Obama Elementary this fall. Her father and I both work full-time. Her current daycare does not serve school-age children. We do not have any family in the area and do not have an easily identifiable childcare solution if a part-time school schedule is implemented for the 2021 school year. We are also not confident that any such childcare solution would be able to replicate the kindergarten academic and social learning experience. We support reopening plans that prioritize early learners and continuing to offer our youngest children full-time, full-day instruction and a supportive environment. We are willing to do our part to support any such plans by transporting our child to school ourselves, providing her meals, supporting the wearing of masks, or other in-school modifications. We would also be willing to volunteer our time or contribute funds to our school if it would help. Ansley Perkins. I am writing with some concerns regarding reopening plans. What is the plan for updating IEPs during COVID-19 this coming school year? I suspect all of you watched the recent news feature on one parent's experience regarding the lack of provided services for her son due to the pandemic. The challenges will be mightier for this student population. Additional focus and efforts will need to be made by central office to ensure an equitable learning environment for the students with disabilities. Another significant concern for some of our student populations are those who need the visual cues from teachers' faces. We have received feedback on how COVID-19 has impacted ELL students, pre-K students, and students with disabilities more these past several months. Should masks like those used for people with hearing impairment be used with these student populations? Has the administration reached out to these teachers to discuss the specific needs for these student populations? It is even more important this coming year that teachers have a designated planning period during the school day for the additional needs that the pandemic will require of them. Where is the written plan that includes the planning period for them, let alone a lunch break? I appreciate the administration's efforts to provide some very preliminary data for the board to review. I am unclear what these data points represent. What is the sample size? What was the sample size? Was the survey in Spanish for the ELL population? What accommodations were made to receive input from SPED? What format, other than electronic, was the survey sent in?
Time.
Thank you. Jennifer Surratt. I've been a resident of the city of Richmond for over 20 years, living in the 3rd district for the last 10 years. RPS must sever any and all ties to the Richmond Police Department. Their actions over the last 17 days of protest have further demonstrated that policing in our community and across the nation will never be fair or equitably offered to citizens, and in fact will be used to threaten, intimidate, and harm. I'm a social worker working in child welfare. I have been so incredibly heartened to see the RPS community come together to meet the incredible and vast needs of our community, far beyond what is simply education. There is adequate funding for RPS if we begin making the correct decisions about what we do and do not fund. This is also an opportunity to demonstrate that we understand the true emotional, psychological, and physical needs of our children using trauma-informed models. The trauma, poverty, lack of access to equitable education, police brutality that our Black community experiences as a result of policies born in white supremacy must end. Our children deserve the ability to grow in a world that is safe for them. The actions of police over and over again demonstrate that the world will only be safe for white folks like myself. I am asking that RPS take a step back and ends their relationship with the Richmond Police Department permanently and completely. In order for our children to be served well in their schools, any relationship to the RPD must cease immediately. Thank you for your support for our youth and making the right decision today. Nathan Hoyt. I want to voice my support for Board Member Kenya Gibson's proposal to end RPS's toxic relationship with the Richmond Police Department. Behavior management in schools should not be where someone is branded a criminal. We need systems that support students and provide them with the needed resources to be able to handle adverse situations. The funds that the school system spends on resource officers can better be spent on providing needed counselors and extra teachers. These funds and extra resources will be needed in the upcoming school year more than ever. Mark Ryan. I am a family physician and a resident. and a Richmond resident. I am writing to you all today to demand that the school board end the partnership between Richmond Public Schools and the Richmond Police Department and remove the RPD from our schools. The presence of police in schools continues a pattern of over-policing by BSPOC, students and community. Instead of attempting to address fundamental causes of challenging behaviors, systemic racism, entrenched poverty, etc. RPS is spending money on SROs who target children and push them into the school to prison pipeline. The presence of law enforcement does not create a safer school environment. That can better be accomplished by using restorative justice measures instead. Imagine if the funds for SROs were instead used to ensure everyone working in RPS was trained in trauma-informed care, or that every school had a nurse and a counselor or that interpreters were available for all low English proficiency families. Remove SROs now. Kristen Sadie. As an RPS parent, I would like to encourage the board to take strong action to break the school to prison pipeline we know exists in our schools and in schools across the country. We need to transition RPD out of our schools. We also need to protect our most at-risk students from predatory for-profit companies. Just like the for-profit prison industry makes money off of incarcerating people, Camelot makes money off of the vulnerable at-risk youth being deposited in their care. This is a dangerous incentive. Please take important, decisive action to protect our children. Stacy Brown, I thank you for the work you are each doing. I specifically thank Mr. Barlow and Ms. Gibson for attempting to hold this administration accountable in these last months. It has been 13 weeks since the schools closed. A summer's break worth of time teaching and learning with our children, and now we have finished the last week of school. We have done all of this to keep our students safe, but ultimately also to keep our teachers and staff safe from this virus that is still very real, very dangerous, and very deadly. I am tired. However, my exhaustion does not make it magically safe to return to school. There is still so much we do not know about COVID-19 and the long-term effects of it, even in those that recover. We do not know that as a district, what we do know is that as a district, we couldn't keep people safe from this virus at schools during the food and computer distributions. It made staff and faculty sick, made their families sick. That was with adults, and it is just the cases we are aware of. How on earth do you expect teachers to keep 5-year-olds away from each other en masse? How will we keep teenagers away from each other for that matter? What is the point of sending our children back to school buildings if it won't be safe to have the benefits of them being in them? Hugs from their teachers and friends laughing in the cafeteria. Hugs from their teachers and friends laughing in the cafeteria, singing music in the chorus classes. How will they? Thank you. Joelle Walker. As an adult, I've been sexually harassed and physically intimidated by police officers in Richmond. If RPS allows police officers to intimidate children in any way, like my adult life has shown me, what kind of environment are we creating for our children? It certainly is not one of emotional security, and I can't understand how that can lead to an environment children are motivated to learn in. Clem Martin. Cops in schools are super distracting. School already can feel like jail, and to add a figure like that to the environment makes it even more uncomfortable, which in turn makes it so the student has trouble focusing on what they are there to do, learn. Tracy Rachel. I have been a teacher in Richmond Public Schools for 8 years. I used to believe that police officers as public servants could serve a positive role in the school environment. I have personally witnessed events that have changed my belief dramatically. I now firmly believe that the presence of law enforcement in schools, particularly high-need schools, is toxic to school culture and dangerous to the greater institution of learning. My experiences with law enforcement in school can be characterized by 3 defining features: presence, person, and population. Presence. The mere presence of police escalates conflict to its maximum potential, leaving no room for disagreement, revision, or growth. We are told that police are supposed to make us feel safe, but this isn't true. If you are out walking, for instance, and you see a bunch of police officers, chances are you are going to avoid that area because the presence of police indicates the presence of crime. Police presence in the schools indicate the presence of crime in schools, and thus implicates children as criminals. The message that children are criminals that need to be policed is directly at odds with the optimal learning environment, which encourages children to be autonomous, take responsibility for themselves, and learn from their mistakes. In the eyes of law enforcement, if you disobey, your body is forfeit, free to be beaten or cuffed. I watched an officer grab an unruly high school girl by her arm and pepper spray her at a 2-foot distance as she screamed.
Time.
Thank you. Annika Jasper. In borrowed words, I would like to say that schools are for education. No child walking through the door should get the unsettling feeling that they're under the distrustful eye of law enforcement, no matter how friendly officer friendly may be. Now's the time for Richmond to get bold and remove police officers from public schools. Now's the time to listen to the thousands of demonstrators, many of them students, who have flooded our city's streets and parks in the wake of the police killing in Minneapolis of George Floyd. Among their most sharply focused demands is that police officers no longer be assigned to schools. Studies have concluded that when police officers are stationed in schools, the normal problem of kids misbehaving, which might otherwise result in a counselor or social worker being called in, often get redefined as quasi-criminal matters that call for the cops. The impact of this on a child's self-image, future in school, and future in life has proven to have the disproportionate impact on students of color. If you go to school with a metal detector, armed cop, and no science lab, what message does that send to kids? What are we hearing loudly and clearly from the community? What we are hearing loudly and clearly from the community is that they do not want this direct, physical, ongoing presence in schools. Tara Kelly. I think it goes without saying, especially in light of recent events, that RPD has no place in schools with our children. They can't handle opposition. They have no ability to de-escalate, and their solution to all problems is violence. No one deserves that treatment, not least children. Give children support, not a sledgehammer to the head. How can we expect our kids to succeed without it? If our children weren't already afraid of the police, they will be after watching the events of the last few weeks unfold. Learning cannot effectively take place in an environment of fear. Renee Bowers. We are excited for the opportunities that the new curricula will provide our students. However, we urge you to make sure that all materials for the entire year are available to teachers as soon as possible, especially for the new Virginia-aligned Eureka Math. Being able to see the materials for the entire year is crucial for planning, especially given the uncertainty of the style of teaching. We will need to be able to quickly adapt. We will need to be able to adapt quickly, and having all of the essential materials for math planning early will be imperative. Solo Maestro. Good evening, school board representatives and all in their respective places. Unless a direct and intentional attempt has been exhibited, by now, each of you have witnessed the response of a people who have been mistreated and oppressed by a racist system. For those of you who failed to notice this mistreatment of non-white people prior to today's racism protests, I state that you were one of the tacit endorsers of the oppression of non-white people. I quote the many protesters when I say, white silence is violence. Understand, when you ignore or avoid an issue, it only exacerbates the situation. The videos of recent protests we have witnessed happening around the world, to include the city of Richmond, Virginia, are effects of issues being ignored and avoided as if they didn't exist. Majority of the protesters speak against the racism in the areas of politics, labor, and law. The injustices which are highlighted by the people shines a light vibrantly over acts that vividly show non-whites being executed by race soldiers and incarcerated and lynched by the judicial system, while politicians support and endorse the policies that keep laws that keep that keep non-whites at a disadvantage. Now more than ever, the racist acts are being challenged and checked. We've heard about it, we see it, we read about it, and it's in our papers and it's in the daily news. Richmond Times is back.
Time.
Thank you. Caitlin Patterson. Children attend school for an education, and that's the promise we need to fulfill. If you make a school look like a prison, complete with guards under the pretense of resource officers, kids will feel like a prisoner, not a student. That facility is no longer for learning. It looks and feels and acts like a detention center. Is that why we call it detention? To get young, moldable minds used to the idea of being in prison. As a former student in a nearby county, a resource officer was never a resource, only a threat. No matter how nice the officer was, the message was clear. The cops are already here, so you better stay out of trouble. And as a white, affluent kid, this message wasn't clear to me when I was a student, only now as an adult. But the message wasn't for me, it was for the Black students. Replace the resource officers with actual resources. If a student is having a difficult time and all they have is the threat of a cop, where are they supposed to turn? If schools provided actual resources, those students could have the tools and humans who actually want to help them rather than punishing them. This is me echoing the words of actual experts, not an unfounded position. Remove cops from Richmond City Schools. Cassidy Haight. I have worked as an employee of Richmond Public Schools for the past 2 years as an instructional assistant and have been involved in our schools in other capacities since 2016. With the implementation of the Dreams for RPS plan, I have seen several changes and advancements put into place by Superintendent Camrus and other members of the leadership team. I received trainings in trauma-informed care as a member of the inaugural cohort prior to this school's year's early closure. I am also aware of the implementation of the restorative justice cohort that is working to improve the climate, culture, and safety of our schools. RPS has made a commitment to creating a safe and loving school culture. It is my opinion that this cannot be achieved should RPS continue to staff schools with police officers. Police interactions are a source of trauma for students and families throughout our division. The mere presence of an officer can trigger memories of violent events and family member removal in students. I understand the arguments of many people that police keep us safe, but who does that us refer to? Historically, it has referred to people in power who are predominantly white and middle to upper class. Recent events have shown that the police have broken their commitment to the safety of Black and Brown communities. RPS must shift the funding for school resource officers toward more mental health resources for students and staff and meaningful training in trauma
Time.
care. Thank you. Kevin Comley, I am submitting a written public comment for this evening's school board meeting. The topic is prudent spending. I want to emphasize prudent spending, specifically regarding the adoption of the new curricular while RPS navigates the creation of a safe and effective learning environments in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. We all know that the pandemic has presented enormous obstacles for schools. As the reopening process unfolds, it will continue to present unforeseen problems. Overcoming these hurdles will certainly cost money. My concern is that spending on a curriculum that will be undeniably challenging to implement post-COVID will take away opportunities to better prepare students, teachers, and schools for learning in new environments. While I emphasize prudence, I want to highlight input from the RPS community. This necessitates the provision of financial information and spending. Finally, I firmly appreciate the work and dedication of the curriculum adoption team in preparing the new curricula. I am not doubting the potential effectiveness and benefit of the new curricula for students. I am prioritizing the value of prudence. Rebecca Holloman, please move to replace police in schools with nurses and mental health professionals. The school to prison pipeline must be abolished in all American cities. Catherine Yates, I'm writing to urge immediate removal of all resource officers from Richmond City Public Schools. It's time to get real about what community safety strategies are actually supported by current data. Police presence in schools do not reduce crime, and we're teaching our children early that they should be distrusted and treated like criminals. This is an absurd environment to be fostering in a place of learning. This change is long overdue. Cassie Powell. Cassie Powell and Brianna Nomi, submit this public comment on behalf of the Legal Aid Justice Center. This evening, the board considers two items that are central to the ongoing push out of Black children and students with disabilities from Richmond Public Schools. The Student Code of Responsible Ethics, SCORE, as well as the relationship between RPS and the Richmond Police Department. We ask that the board work with the city to divest monies from RPD currently spent on SROs and invest in counselors and social workers to attend to the social and emotional needs of students. Approve the 90-day review of the MOU between RPD and RPS proposed by the administration, and ensure that this review is open, transparent, and driven by the wishes of parents, staff, and students. Add a review of the SCORE to the 90-day review so that RPS can consider, with community input, how both the presence of RPD and RPS's school discipline policies together contribute to the push out of students of color. Revise SCORE by eliminating out-of-school suspensions for minor incidents, making the score less punitive and focusing on more interventions and supports, and removing the mandatory reassignment of children charged with certain offenses. RPS has a long, deeply embedded culture of disproportionately pushing out its students of color and students with disabilities. In 2016, the Legal Aid Justice Center filed.
Time.
Thank you.
Janelle, before you read the next one, this is one that was also presented by several different people, and I will just go ahead and give you the names because I have it grouped on mine.
Okay.
Jeanette Corselius is a teacher. Jenna Nichols is a parent. Sage Spicer is a teacher. Melanie Kahn is a resident, and Michael James DeRamo is a parent, and they all submitted the same comment.
Okay. And I will do my best. I didn't write down those names, but I think I can generally know if it's the same. But if I'm reading something that you have listed, let me know.
Okay, thank you.
Janet Corselius. I'm a music teacher. Oh, and it goes with the names that the clerk already just read. As a concerned educator, I'm writing to you about school pushout, RPD in schools, and the school to prison pipeline. RPS is among 18 other school divisions in Virginia with the highest short-term suspension rates in each of the last 6 years. Richmond City was ranked as the 6th worst school district for short-term suspensions during the 16-17 school year. Once a school student has had one short-term suspension, the likelihood of enduring long-term suspension and expulsion is very likely. Although Black students made up 23% of the statewide student population, they received 57% of short-term suspensions, 58% of long-term suspensions, 50% of expulsions, and 37% of modified expulsions. The suspension rate for Black students was 4.5 times larger than the suspension rate for Hispanic and white students. 55% of all short-term suspensions and 15% of all long-term suspensions were issued for the 10 relatively minor, non-violent offenses. The data shows us that our Black students are being denied their right to a free public education due to non-violent offenses across the state. I urge you to eliminate all out-of-school suspensions and expulsions for students in pre-K through 3rd grade. Shorten the possible duration for all short-term suspensions and require school divisions to demonstrate the out-of-school time was necessary to address underlying support needs before the student returns. Eliminate the use of all out-of-school suspensions. Thank you. Elizabeth Jorgensen Best. I believe that having police, whatever form they are in our schools, have done nothing to help the students of our schools. When an officer is called to our school, I've only seen students escalate even more, which is understandable considering the danger many of our students of color face. Our resources from paying overtime would better be used for hiring more staff to support our students. We have seen, either firsthand or by video, some of the disgusting behaviors the Richmond police have done to the citizen they are supposed to protect. As you continue to discuss what our relationship would look like, I'd like you to ask yourself, how are we to trust RPD in our schools if we can't even trust them on our streets? Deanna Fierro. Last week, I and other members of the RPS Latinx committee asked that the reopening survey be distributed in more than one manner besides online. On Friday, I was very disappointed to see only the online survey as the current plan for collecting input from families and RPS employees. Right now, as I write this email, I am informing every family that comes to the Southside Food Distribution Center where I am volunteering. I am providing printed versions of the survey. I'm explaining the proposed options, and I'm helping them to find the survey on the division website. Also last night, I recorded a short Spanish tutorial to guide families through the survey and to explain the schedules to the best of my ability. Then I shared it on every Richmond Latinx social media group I could find and emailed it to community organizations I know would be interested in sharing it with their families. Similar actions should have been done by RPS the same day the survey went out online through the RPS direct email. Reopening decisions should be done with input from all families and all division employees. There should be printed versions of the survey being distributed. All schools should be calling as many of their families as they can to help them complete the survey, and it should be announced everywhere that RPS is seeking input from families and employees. If the state has proposed sending students back in early education, exceptional education, and the English language learner subgroup first.
Time.
Thank you. Kimberly Serta, I am writing to you as a mother and citizen of Richmond. It's time to put on your imagination caps. You cannot think up a solution if you can't even imagine what this new world your citizens are crying for looks like. Police do not have a place in education. They provide the brawn in the school to prison pipeline. They present as an oppressive and violent authority, as demonstrated by years and years of police brutality and terrorism. Do the hard work so our children don't have to. Chris Farmer, I believe the police should not be in schools at all. Conway Jennings, I am writing to demand immediate removal of all resource officers from Richmond City Public Schools. Not only have police officers disproportionately arrested and brutalized people of color since their inception, but it has become abundantly clear in the past few weeks that we cannot trust the police to keep us safe. We need a new model of police safety. Studies show that increasing funding to resource officers in public schools does not reduce disciplinary actions that must be reported to the state. The presence of police in schools does not reduce crime. We're teaching our children early on that they should be distrusted and treated like criminals. Schools are places of learning, not intimidation and fear. We need to take care of our people and not punish them. This change is long overdue. Jenna Latour Nichols.
That one's been read.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Yes.
That one, the next one has also been read.
Yes. Todd Raviota. This email is to support removal of RPD and police presence at all Richmond Public Schools. A real need to address funding and investment in these schools needs the attention of the city and state. For too long, the buildings and staff have been neglected, while the police force has gotten ballooning budgets and less weapons use and militarized force. Other methods of community care, counseling specialists, and mental health professionals need to be involved with helping young people before legal consequences and police involvement. If emergencies arise, they can always be called. In the school to prison pipeline, build strong communities. I believe this one has been read as well.
Yes. Yes.
Elizabeth Milbourne. To be anti-racist means to be an abolitionist. As a parent, I sat on the school committee 2 years ago, and at that point, there was very little movement for anything in regards to decriminalization of students. Liability was the main concern versus what is best for the student. Due to a school board member's push, we included more LGBTQ rights, but we did not include any more rights as to your race or class. An easy layup to the hoop. I found that disheartening and another mark against your administration and school board. You can do better. You can and will do better. Your first step is to remove police officers from our schools. Your next step is to fully fund for restorative practices, not lipstick on a pig, and to work with partners to provide support services for any and all students that need additional services. We leave behind far too many students who appear to have no problem whatsoever. This action does not take great courage, it takes common sense. Rescind the MOU with the Richmond Police Department and provide the services that our students need and are entitled to. Create change, not a furthering of a broken and defunct system. There is no reforming systemic racism. Kelly Giroux, thank you for the chance to review the reopening scenarios for the 2020-21 school year. I will also complete the survey. I will also complete the survey, but I am not sure which option I prefer at this time. My concern with these options is that it would be impossible for most families to work and coordinate childcare around any of these options. Additionally, please share what virus data will determine if the schools reopen in person at all. Will it go with the state guidance or look at the reproduction rate of the virus? The next one I believe has been read.
Yes.
Eddie Stat, as a resident of Richmond, I believe the relationship between the Richmond Police Department and Richmond Public Schools should be immediately reevaluated to ensure that it is best serving the long-term outcomes of RPS students. For me, this means the following. Review the current policies applied to school resource officers and ensure these policies are in the interest of the long-term outcomes of students. Share the findings of the current state of this relationship with the community. At a minimum, a school-by-school relationship with RPD should aim for the following. If it cannot, I believe RPD should not be involved on a permanent basis in terms of SROs. Avoid feeding the school to prison pipeline. That means only using criminalization as the last resort and using other documented approaches to ensure we are giving children with difficulties enough chances. Ensure policies set for SROs are in alignment with the long-term interest of students and that they are not disproportionately applied to minority students. Heavily consider offsetting the roles of SROs with other roles and practices that are less punitive. Whether that be more counselors or different techniques, the community should be ensured that these are the first priorities. Why? There has been growing evidence that the misuse of law enforcement in schools can lead not only to unnecessary incarceration, but also disproportionately affects students of color and disabilities. Growing up, I can tell you firsthand how severely punitive actions can make a child give up on education. For many of these children, including myself, school may be the only respite from an otherwise difficult upbringing. While there may be legitimate uses of school resource officers, we must ensure that their role is managed very well. And if that is not an attainable goal, they should not be there.
With the current political climate and the fortunate microscope that has been placed on the role of police in society, particularly in regards to race, we now have an opportunity to reassess plans and act. Even if we feel that something we have is good enough for now, this should not prevent us from taking a second look, and if necessary, acting appropriately to ensure we're playing our part in changing the future. The status quo is not good enough, isn't good enough anymore. Cody Camblin. I recently heard an RVA politician say, process shouldn't hold up progress. I wholeheartedly disagree and would counter that good process will always lead to good progress. For example, in the summer of 2018, the administration publicly stated that all school board materials would be available on board docs by 5 p.m. the Friday before the Monday's meeting. This lead time allows teachers, parents, and students time to ask questions of elected officials and the administration. How can we as a city hold our students and teachers to a different standard than central office staff? Public input and questioning is the cornerstone of a democratic society. Please amend the agenda language to reflect that materials are required to be included at the same time as the agenda. Our students and staff deserve leadership by example. Katie Spencer, now is the time for us to unite and fix our broken city. Richmond is diverse, but it is still effectively segregated. Our neighborhoods and our schools reflect many of the same racial divides of 70 years ago. We have failed to serve and uplift our most vulnerable communities. The city has repeatedly squandered funding that should have gone back into our communities and schools. Things are so bad that the condition of our schools was nationally recognized as borderline criminal. So bad that 3 years ago, RPS was under federal investigation for disproportionately targeting and punishing Black children with disabilities. Something must change. It is unacceptable that nothing has changed for so long. RPS funnels our children into the school to prison pipeline, offering very little in the way of meaningful intervention. Our failure to serve our most vulnerable communities is a disservice to our entire city and to our nation. We must take drastic measures to break RPS's role in the school to prison pipeline. I urge RPS to shift the role of RPD in schools to as minimal as absolutely possible. The funding used to pay for police presence should be reallocated to services that target the roots of our city's racism. We must fund school services like robust mental health programs and intervention for our at-risk youth. I urge the members of the school board and all those serving the city of Richmond take immediate and meaningful action to address our city's systemic racism. I urge the people of Richmond, if our public servants prove inadequate to the task, hold them accountable. We will replace them with those who can do the job. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, Ms. Lilly.
You're welcome.
That concludes our public information section of the agenda. I would like to thank all the people who took the time and care to send in their public comments. All of it is posted on board docs and will be available in the minutes. And so we now move on to board action items. The first one of those is 3.01, receive for action the title grants. Which member of the administration is going to address us on this one?
Good evening, Ms. Owen.
Okay, Dr. Epp.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Cameras, can I do screen share? Is that okay?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, let me pull that up then really. Takes me 1 second to get ready to get this. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Chair Owen, Vice Chair Burke, Superintendent Camrus, and school board members. Tonight we are presenting for action approval of the federal Title I, II, III, and IV grant applications. Just as a reminder, these are annual grant applications based on allocations that we receive from the federal government through the State Department of Education. And these are grants that have specific rules that outline allowable expenses and formulas for how we allocate funds. Our process is for Title I in particular, which is our largest grant. Schools create what we call a school-wide plan. And in that school-wide plan, through looking at data and goals, schools create a plan for how they would like to utilize their resources through Title I to meet the needs of their students who are struggling with literacy and mathematics proficiency. And based on that, we aggregate that into a comprehensive Title I application. So a Title I application involves a number of individual school-wide plans, as well as a set of division-wide expenses and allocations. So I'll talk a bit about what's included in that in a minute, but that's guided by specific funds. Titles II, III, and IV are also guided by very specific rules, but these are all developed at the division level, and are, because they are, certainly smaller in nature, they do not include what we call school-based allocations. Now, these directly provide resources to schools, often in the form of personnel and/or instructional supplies or professional development, or in the case of Title IV, direct funding for student experiences. The process is, once you all, if you approve this tonight, we submit the applications to the state for review and approval. Once we receive approval, schools can then begin encumbering those funds. And just a bit of historical context, this is an area where prior, when we entered the MOU with the state, this was an area that the school division struggled with significantly. And I'm proud to say, compared to even a year ago, we submitted our application in August, the beginning of August for approval. And this year we are a full 2.5 months ahead, which is a goal we've been working towards with our partners at the Virginia Department of Education. So we are optimistic about our schools being able to encumber these funds sooner than they ever have, certainly in recent history. The way the allocations, if you look here in terms of comparison between 1920 and 2021, we start our planning with level funding, which means we start with what we received, the actual amount we received this year. If you look at the 1920 allocation, there was we had anticipated at the advice of some partners that we would have received a larger allocation, but that did not happen for Title I. So we've planned against our actuals for Title I, that's 15,621,000, et cetera. And you can see that all the way down. A couple of notes I'll make here. While we never know what the U.S. Department of Education will do, we do hope and expect that the Title I allocation would increase. We also expect that the Title III allocation would increase. The level funding of $230,000 was based on the number that we received last summer. And if you remember, one of the big pieces of work we did last summer, was validate all of our numbers of ESL students. So, but when that allocation came out, those numbers weren't all the, we had not completed that work. So we do anticipate an increase there. We will not know that until later in the summer, in which case we would amend our applications in the spirit of the applications here. Just a couple of quick highlights in terms of Title I. The majority of this grant, like the past, we did not in terms of significant changes, I'll highlight a few things, but by and large, personnel, which takes up the largest amount of this grant, this is largely school-based interventionists and literacy and math coaches. We've also added a significant investment for early intervention instructional assistance for kindergarten classrooms. Our hope is over time to find a way to do that for at least K-1 classrooms. But this will provide the ability to do small group instruction. This also increases, because this includes school-based staff, it does include the teacher raise and step, which doesn't, raise that amount a bit. This includes training for teachers to do stipends throughout the school year, and support for our new community hub model, which is going to help strengthen our engagement with families, strengthen our attendance efforts. We think we'll have a benefit around our dropout prevention efforts and the like. For Title II, the intent of Title II is teacher development, induction, and retention, as well as leader development, induction, and retention, and overall teacher and instructional quality. So Title II, you'll often see is utilized for a lot of those efforts. Here in Richmond, this has historically been utilized to increase efficacy of instruction by reducing class size. And so this is to continue staffing levels. This will continue to fund 21 teachers for class size reduction, and then continued work with our university partners, particularly funding our portion of the Richmond, some of our fees around the Richmond teacher residency, which is related to teacher induction, university partnerships to increase endorsements in ESL and special education, and to continue to support our teachers to pursue national board certification, which comes with a 5% salary increase once teachers receive that certification. The Title III summary. Title III is designed to support students who are English language learners. And so this provides, again, given our increase in numbers, we hope to see this allocation increase over time. We hope that the U.S. Department of Education continues to invest more money in this grant. This is the smallest of our title grants, yet probably one of our greatest needs. So this includes support for family engagement activities, particularly around language acquisition support to support families in particular, as well as a learning series, a set of funds to support a parent learning series that parents can access in their native language. This includes instructional supports for our core content teachers who work closely each day with our English language learners, as well as our ESL teachers, and the addition of a instructional coach to directly work with ESL teachers to improve strategies for English learners. And then lastly, Title IV is designed to support schools in 3 realms. First is the well-rounded education, making sure that students have access to a variety of experiences that could be in the arts, it could be in technology, it can be in college and career access, a whole host of things. The second category is post-secondary preparation and college and career readiness. And the third category is technology and the effective use of technology and or students engaging in technological education. So this is not so much hardware, this is not hardware or a ton of teacher training for technology. And generally you have to divide this up sort of evenly across those categories, but the state, the federal government has waived those requirements this year with COVID. This includes the Title IV grant is largely around supporting students and teachers in advanced placement coursework and college and career readiness planning and counseling. So you'll see that represented quite significantly here in terms of professional development for both, again, advanced coursework as well as school counseling, and then direct support for student experiences in the arts, in STEM, and robotics. For example, we fund our Music Together partnership out of this grant for our pre-K students, as well as we want to increase the arts and in music funding through this grant. So those are some highlights there. And then finally, one of those categories is also safe, as part of the counseling work and college and career readiness, is safe and supportive schools. And so we also support our trauma-informed care and restorative practices work through this grant as well. And this grant funds some of the personnel related to that. That is the summary of the grants. I'm happy to take questions. And
Okay, Ms. Dorr has a question.
Yes, thank you. I know in years past, the Title I funds at the high school level have not been allocated to Thomas Jefferson and Huguenot, and we've had a couple of conversations this year about making sure that those high schools are included in the allocation once the funds are received. So question one is, where are we on that? And question two is there, could you just give us a little bit more color as to why we did not get the full anticipated amount for Title I? Was that, just want to understand if, we're leaving money on the table, or if it was just bad advice, or what the deal was there.
Sure. So I can't believe I missed the most important highlight for Title I. We have submitted with this application does include a request and a school-wide plan for both Thomas Jefferson High School and Huguenot High School to be added as Title I schools based on our eligibility data. Of course, until the application is approved, that does not become official. So both of those schools have submitted school-wide plans as part of this application. And then in terms of the Title III, it's really a matter of timing and when the allocations are calculated. And just try not to do too much confusing calendar math here. These allocations are generally given to us in May and June, late May, early June. So a year ago, May, early June, that was just we were still working on rectifying the broader data issue with tagging and coding the students who were receiving English language supports. In addition, over the last summer, we also received a large, continued with our pattern, an increase in the number of students coming in who were identified and receiving English language data. So in theory, our May 20 data that's in the system certainly reflects a higher number of students. But with title funding, we start with what's called level funding. So our level funding is based on our data from May 2019. Once the state gets everybody's applications in and does all of that, it should be adjusted for to reflect our May 20 data. So does that make sense?
Yeah, at a high level it does. I certainly understand. I just want to make sure that, the variances between actual and received is not a result of us, but it's a result of just timing, et cetera, which it seems like it's the latter. But if it's the former, would like to just understand if there's anything we need to do to support you guys in maximizing those funds. But it doesn't seem like there's much we can do about it.
Sure. And just to maybe reinforce my confidence level that we have the accurate data, our budget entitlement sheets that we get, like we start getting in December and January, that have informed the budget revenue assumptions for the 21 budget, we feel does reflect that updated data. And so when the state adjusts, we always do our applications based on our prior year's amount for federal grants. That will hopefully be adjusted up, and that should be reflective of the 21 data, unless there's some other, phenomenon. But I will certainly circle back to the board if that is not the case.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Page.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a clarifying question. So Dr. Epp, thank you for this presentation, but I just want to be sure. So the allocation of the funding, is it a formula or is based on the the title description for each individual school?
So for Title I is the only one that has a school-based factor. The rest are all based on different division data. So Title III is based on the number of students who receive limited English proficient services. Title IV is based on your overall student population, your total population. Title I there's several different factors. So the school allocations are based on how many students are in your school. So there is a formula, X number of students times X gives you your school allocation. But there are some things that kind of come off the top. There's a minimum amount in aggregate across schools and across division-wide expenses that have to be dedicated to parent and family engagement activities, for example. So that's one of the things that makes this such a complicated grant to complete, is because there's so many, you're moving across 30 plus schools. You're trying to calculate all of that. The other is there are some formulas that have to be in place around minimums for foster care and students who are experiencing housing instability, as well as students who are, formally classified as neglected. And so those are things that we kind of take off the top and drop those numbers in, and then we sort of that gives you a school-based allocation based on what's left.
And again, thank you, because I'm glad to see that we are moving forward, because we have had problems in the past with our Title grants. So thank you and your team for your due diligence.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Epp, we don't have any more questions, so you can stop sharing the screen.
Okay.
And do I have a motion to approve the title grants?
So move.
I think we had Ms. Page and Ms. Burke, Ms. Wilson, so take those as our motion. And at some point, Dr. Sapini joined us. Ms. Wilson, did you see that?
Yes, I see that he and Ms. Cosby have joined.
Okay, so
Thank you.
We're all here.
Yes,
all right.
ma'am.
So we have our motion. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, let's move to the vote.
And the motion is made to approve the title grants made by Ms. Page, seconded by Ms. Burke. Ms. Page?
Yes.
Ms. Cosby?
Ms. Cosby? There
Yes.
you are.
Thank you. Mr. Young?
All right.
Dr. Sapini?
Yes.
Ms. Dorr?
Yes.
Mr. Barlow?
Yes.
Ms. Gibson?
Abstain?
Ms. Burke?
Yes.
And Ms. Owen?
Yes.
Motion passes 8 with 1 abstention.
Thank you.
Okay, then we move to receive for action a request to suspend a portion of policy 5-4.2, promotion and retention of pupils in light of COVID-19. Is this Mr. Hughes?
Yes, it is. Good evening. All right. Good evening, Madam Chair Owen, Madam Vice Chair Burke, school board members, Superintendent Cameras. The administration brings forth a request to suspend a portion of policy 5-4.2, promotion and retention of pupils, specifically suspending the regulation related to 6th through 8th graders that states promotion shall be based on successful completion of 3 out of 4 core content areas. That's English, math, social studies, and science for each grade level. Our request to suspend this part of the board policy for the 1920 school year in no way suggests a reduced value this administration places on academic performance. But as the board is aware, after March 13th, marking period 3 closed, and grades were given based on assignments students had submitted to that date. For marking period 4, we provided new content via the RPS at Home virtual learning platform to ensure continued learning, but that work is not graded, which aligns with VDOE's recommendation. Because opportunities for graded work ended March 13th, we asked that the promotion retention language be modified to allow for principal discretion and not be tied to a specific number of courses failed. We will support our middle school students who did not receive passing grades as of March 13th in all core content areas. We will continue to have these students complete coursework via RPS at Home, encourage them to sign up for summer school, and ensure that proper intervention services are provided once school resumes. Ultimately, given these unprecedented times, and given we know many of our students and families are facing extreme stressors, we want to extend empathy and support. Thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. I do not see anyone with a question. So is there a motion? Will somebody move to approve this action, this request?
So move.
All right, that was Ms. Page moved that. Is there a second? Ms. Burke? All right, it has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's have the vote.
Ms. Gibson,
Abstain?
Mr. Barlow,
Yes.
Mrs. Dorr,
Yes.
Dr. Sapini, Dr. Sapini, Mr. Young,
Abstain.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Owen,
Yes.
is Dr. Sapini still here? Okay,
Yes.
Yeah.
thank you. Motion passes 7 with 2 abstentions.
All right.
Thank you.
Moving on to receive for action fiscal year budget adjustments to comply with state requirements. This, Ms. Hudasco?
Sure, I'd be happy to briefly give an overview of the 3 budget transfers. These are 3 transfers that are part of the fiscal year 21 budget that the board recently adopted. The first one you'll see is related to a VPI transfer request for the addition of 9 instructional assistants. As you recall, in action 1.8, we added additional VPI students to maximize our state allocation, and the board approved the funding for those teachers. I regret to say that I neglected to add in the funding for the instructional assistants that need to go with those teachers. And so this funding will fund those positions. The funds were taken from remaining dollars from one of the salary decompressions for our custodial staff. All of the salary upgrades were made for those staff members in the contracts that were just issued. The second budget transfer that's labeled nursing supplies, you may recall that Mr. Barlow had earlier in the budget process put in a request for RPS to include funding for menstrual supplies per the General Assembly legislation. And in our budget documents, we labeled that as nursing supplies. Throughout the budget conversations, we grouped that inadvertently with other nursing supplies and then moved it to the CARES Act. So this is us pulling back out $135,000, which is what is needed to ensure that our middle and high schools have menstrual health supplies per the new General Assembly's legislation. And that again is transferring from that same salary line. The third transfer you'll see are just within office, within the academic office, movements just within line items to just make some adjustments on where a small allocation, just $124,000, lived to more accurately reflect some of the priorities around dropout recovery.
Thank you, Ms. Hidesco. I'm not seeing any questions or comments in the chat. Mr. Barlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a quick question with respect to the funding for the VPI instructional assistants. So you mentioned that the custodial salary increases have already gone out on contract. So are these funds as the result of an overestimate of what we expected, or is there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we slightly overestimated that allocation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other comments or questions, do I have a motion to approve these budget transfers?
So moved.
All right. Mr. Barlow has moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Burke has seconded. Is there any discussion? All right, then let's call the question.
Mr. Barlow,
Yes.
Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Dr. Sapini,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Owen.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Moving on to 3.05, receive for action tuition, meal, and rental rates. Is this Mr. Simmons? No?
I'm happy to, if Mr. Simmons, yes.
All right.
Hey, good evening, everyone. I'm going to share my screen quickly. All right, so here's our tuition, meals, and rental rates document for school year 2021. We're really only proposing one change for next year, and that appears on page 2, and it's related to the Arthur Ashe Center rental fees. So last year, our commercial rate was $2,500 plus 10% of receipts. For next year, we're proposing $2,500 plus 7% of admission receipts. And this brings us into alignment with what the city charges for its rental. Everything else in the document is the same.
All right. Mr. Barlow, you have a question?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Simmons. Good to see you. Can you give us your impression of what obviously this is a weird year anyway, but if we were looking back at data from last year, for example, what would the 10% versus 7% decrease look like?
Yeah, it's really tough to answer that. As we shared last year, one of the big challenges with renting the Ashe Center is that the air conditionings are out in the entire building. So it's not really a very attractive site at the moment, especially as we get into the spring and the summer months. So we definitely lost some revenue there. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but we don't anticipate this to, cause things to drop off much further than they have this year.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Barlow. All right. I see no other questions or comments. So do I have a motion to approve this tuition, meal, and rental rates?
Madam Chair, it appears that Ms. Page sent a private message accidentally to me rather than the group, but it seems as though she has a question.
Oh, okay. Ms.
Thank you.
Page?
I don't know what I hit, but anyway, yes. So thank you, Mr. Simmons, for this presentation. So my question to you regarding the rental of the Ag Center,
Yes.
have we seen an increase in rental or decrease?
We've seen a decrease, and that's largely attributed to the condition of the building. It's air conditioners.
So to realize, I guess, some benefits from utilizing the building, we have to put in repairs for
Make it a more hospitable environment.
make it more attractive.
Right.
Okay, so that's a discussion
Okay.
we'll have to have. Thank you.
And Ms. Gibson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to note the usage of our buildings are often used by civic associations. This is a practice that I think is a good thing for the school district as it gets folks from the community into our buildings, and oftentimes these civic associations do quite a bit to support the schools that are in their neighborhood. I wonder if we may make an exception for those civic associations to be able to continue to meet in our school facilities without incurring the fee. And so I asked that to my colleagues in the administration.
Is there someone, Mr. Simmons, Mr. Camrus? I don't see any other.
No, sorry, Jason. No, personally, I think it's a great idea. I would support that.
Mr. Camrus?
If Mr. Simmons supports it, I'm good.
All right. My only question would be, is it specifically civic associations, or is there any, I mean, what is the definition? Mr. Simmons, Mr. Camrus? I mean,
I don't know, but we could come up with some internal guidance and make sure
Okay.
that we do that.
okay. And now, Ms. Lilly?
I was going to add that I believe, and I'm looking for it right now, you have a policy that speaks specifically to the use of building. I mean, I know that you do have a policy that speaks specifically to the use of buildings by outside organizations. So we may, before you make that decision tonight, I would like to have the opportunity to look at that to make sure that any changes that are that need to be made will be made with respect to your policy. If that's going to be a longstanding practice, I don't think that it would prohibit you from moving forward on the rate sheet, but know that if it's the sentiment of the board to move in that direction, we would have to look at the policy.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lilly.
Welcome.
So we will look forward to that advice before we proceed further. But it sounds like the administration is on board with Ms. Gibson's request. And if we have to change the policy to accommodate it, Ms. Lilly will bring that forward to us. Okay? All right, Mr. Barlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we're going to have the opportunity to review the policy, can we also get some, I know we've seen it before, but some additional detail about what type of revenue we generate from these civic associations, just so we have an idea of what exactly the trade-off is?
We can pull that together.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Seeing no further comment, we'll move to the vote.
You need a motion?
We had a motion.
I'm sorry. I don't have it. I'm sorry.
I thought we had a motion. Maybe not. All right. Well, I think it was Mr. Barlow made the motion. Am I right, Mr. Barlow?
No, ma'am, but I'll move for it now. So moved.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry. So Mr. Barlow has moved it. Is there a second?
Second.
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 It was both Ms. Dorr and Ms. Page seconded. And seeing no further discussion, we will call the question.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Dr. Sapini,
Yes.
Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Mr. Barlow,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes, although I would like the record to note that I approve with the change of allowing the space to be used for the civic associations.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
and Ms. Owen.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Then we move to 3.06. Receive for action the request for authorization for the superintendent to hire during the months of June, July, and August. I do not see any comments or questions. So is there a motion to approve this request?
So move.
Ms. Burke has moved it. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Page has seconded. All right. I think this might be a Ms. Dorr with a question.
Yeah. Could you give us some context on this? Is this something that we've done in past years, and why is this request being made?
Would you like me to?
Yes, Mr. Cameras.
Yes. Yes, the board typically does this. It helps us, in particular, hire teachers and other school-based staff. As you can all understand, there is high demand for strong candidates, and if we have to wait until the next school board meeting to officially hire candidates, we often will lose them. And so this is something the board has granted in the past to enable us to make those offers during the intervening time period.
Ms. Gibson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on this item, if I recall, the standard practice had been that this was this request was made for the month of August when we weren't meeting and there's a lot of needs to bring on staff prior to the start of the school year. I believe that in prior years or last year when the request was made for the entire summer, I think I voted against that, as I do feel very strongly that you know, from a transparency standpoint, this this is what the board was elected to do. But I would wonder if there would be some anyone would be amenable to allowing this specifically for teacher positions and school-based positions. You know, if I don't want to, you know, get in the way of making those hires, but I think that if we were to limit it to those specific needs, that would make good sense.
All right, so you're proposing to amend the action request to authorize the superintendent to hire only school site-based positions for the months of June, July, and August?
Correct.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
That was, I think, Ms. Cosby, was that you?
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Wilson, that was a motion from Ms. Gibson, seconded by Ms. Cosby to approve this authorization for the superintendent to hire only school site-based people during the months of June, July, and August. I see that Mr. Young has a comment.
Madam Chair, I was just going to convey support for what Kenya already spoke to. That's all.
Okay. Is there anyone else who wants to speak? Anybody? All right, then we are voting on an amended request for authorization for the superintendent to hire only school site-based personnel during the months of June, July, and August. Okay. Oh, Ms. Page has a question.
Yes, I have a question before we vote. So my question is, this question to the superintendent, how would this impact your ability to do your job as superintendent, putting limitations on where you see there are needs in the district? So I'm trying to understand the rationale.
Mr. Cameras?
Certainly the most significant need is a school-based need. Obviously, we have other positions that we're hiring to support the work that we do to support schools at the central office. But if I believe, I could be mistaken, last year the board took the action to provide the authority for school-based staff, as I recall. So I don't have any objection if that's how the board would like to focus it at this time, since that's primarily what we're focused on.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Seeing nothing else, we will move to the vote.
And the vote is only on the amendment to authorize. I'm
No,
sorry.
it is an amended request for authorization for the superintendent to hire only school-based personnel, school site-based personnel during the months of June, July, and August.
There was a motion on the floor by Ms. Burke, seconded by Ms. Page. And so Ms. Gibson made an amendment, which she made a motion, and that was also seconded. So
okay, all right. So we'll vote on the amendment.
Amendment, okay. And the amendment again is to authorize the superintendent to hire only school site-based personnel during the months of June, July, and August. Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mr. Barlow,
Yes.
Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Dr. Sapini,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
and Ms. Owen.
Yes.
So that passed unanimously. So now your motion, this is your motion, but it would reflect that it's made by Ms. Page, seconded by Ms. Burke. So that becomes your motion.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. And is there any discussion, or are you gonna just?
There's no discussion showing up, so.
All right, so the main motion is now to authorize the superintendent to hire only school-based personnel staff during the months of June, July, and August. Ms. Page?
Yes.
Ms. Cosby?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Dr. Sapini?
Yes.
Ms. Dorr?
Yes.
Mr. Barlow?
Yes.
Ms. Gibson?
Yes.
Ms. Burke?
Yes.
Ms. Owen?
Yeah.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Then 3.07 is to receive for action the personnel actions. Ms. Hudesco?
Good evening. Let me just pull up the cover sheet here. All right, tonight's recommended talent office actions include the nomination of 8 employees, the change of contract for 83 employees, the resignation of 12 employees, the return from leave of 1 employee, the retirement of 2 employees, the rescission of resignation of 3 employees, the reappointment of 5 employees, and the unfortunate death of one employee.
Thank you, Ms. Udesco. I am not seeing any questions or comments here. Do I have a motion to approve the personnel actions?
So moved.
Ms. Burke has moved it. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Dorr seconded. I do not see any discussion. Is there any discussion? None showing up in the chat, so let's have the vote.
Mr. Young,
Abstain.
Ms. Cosby,
Abstain.
Mrs. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Abstain?
Dr. Sapini,
Abstain.
Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Mr. Barlow,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Owen.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
5 with 4 abstentions.
All right, thank you. And then receive for action board travel and district activity requests. Do we have some of those, Ms. Wilson?
I do. I have one from Ms. Gibson. She would like to donate $3,500 to Rise for Youth, and that is an organization that is committed to dismantling the youth prison model by promoting the creation of community-based alternatives to youth incarceration. Their work centers the voices of impacted youth and communities and challenges racial injustice in Virginia. They work directly with many RPS students and families, and these funds will be put towards their Youth Development Academy stipends.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve that activity request?
So moved.
Ms. Dorr has moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Barlow has seconded. I don't see any discussion, comments, or questions. All right, so we'll move to the vote.
Okay, Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Mr. Barlow,
Yes.
Dr. Sapini,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Abstain.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
and Ms. Owen.
Yes.
Motion passes 8 with 1 abstention.
Okay, now we go on to administration business. First one of which, 5.01, is to receive a proposed equity agenda. And this is Mr. Camrus.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Owen. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, can everybody see that? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, first, let me just begin by saying how grateful I am to this board. Each and every one of the members serving on the board is clearly committed to equity, and I would say to racial justice. And it's a blessing to have such unified support on that. And more than that, leadership, quite frankly, within the school system and within the community. And I think that is one of the many reasons why our strategic plan, Dreams for RPS, really is built on a foundation of equity. It is the thread that holds the entire plan together and really drives each and every one of the actions in the plan. And so I'm proud that at RPS over the last couple of years, this board has supported, funded, advocated for so many different programs, initiatives, policy changes, expenditures to advance equity. And just some of the examples on the academic front, expansion of AP offerings, the creation of the Real Richmond course about the unvarnished history of Richmond, and just recently adopting a new ELA curriculum that one of its greatest features is that it features authors from diverse backgrounds, subject matter that is diverse, and so much more on the academic front. On the staffing front, we have begun the work to recruit and retain male teachers of color, and I'm excited to be able to invest more in that going into next year. On the school culture front, really trying to tackle the school to prison pipeline with investments in trauma-informed training and restorative justice training, with changes to the score to decriminalize policies and procedures. Obviously, much more work to do, but grateful for the support in taking some of those steps. On the engagement front, training advocates within the community to make their voices heard at various governmental levels. Significant expansion of services and supports for our Latinx community. This board has voted to add more than 36 ESL and bilingual positions just in the last couple of years. Truly an incredible contribution, plus supportive programs like Brothers United and Girls for a Change, and so many other efforts on the engagement front. And then even on operations, the work this board has done to support the construction of new schools, to support addressing overcrowded facilities through rezoning, which, as we know, disproportionately affects our Latinx community, and so many other efforts as well, all in the interests of equity. And so I think we all collectively as a school division have a good amount to be proud of. At the same time, we have a tremendous amount of work to do still ahead of us in the strategic plan, which will help advance the cause of equity on everything from alternative education to special education, to work with our English learners, to continuing to invest and grow our restorative justice and trauma-informed work, and so much more. At the same time, given the events of the last several weeks, I thought it would be an appropriate time to recommit to equity broadly, but racial justice in specific, by making some additional commitments. And what I offer you today is just a draft for discussion. Certainly would like to get lots of input, not just from the board, but I'm excited to put this in front of Jazz Miles' student-led group. I was communicating with him earlier today, and we're setting up a time to talk. So I think getting student input on this is going to be invaluable, in addition to lots of other input. But I did want to share with you just some initial thinking and hear some initial feedback. Obviously no vote or decisions tonight, but did want to get this in front of you so that soon we can adopt some key additional commitments for a racial justice policy agenda. And so I've tried to just categorize 10 ideas around the themes of our strategic plan, starting with priority 1, which is really our academic priority. 2 items here. 1, we've just made an adoption for ELA and math at the K through 8 level. I think it is also going to be important that we adopt a new English curriculum at the high school level that really features diverse authors and diverse characters and subject matter and addresses issues of racial justice, along with a new history curriculum that elevates the voices and experiences of Native Americans, African Americans, Latinx Americans, and Asian Americans. Second, on the academic front, there is a lot of excitement around the Real Richmond History course, which will launch this fall. I'm incredibly grateful to the academic team for their work with so many community partners to create that curriculum over the course of last year. I think it would be prudent for us to take that and create a version for middle school students and for elementary students, but also for all RPS staff. I think it's critical that we commit that all of our staff learn the unvarnished history of our city if they're going to serve in the city of Richmond. Turning to priority 2, which is really about our staff. The third point in-depth anti-bias training, which we have in the strategic plan, but I wanted to reiterate it here with a focus on anti-racist educational practices. And that is a very specific set of practices that I think is critical for all of our staff, teachers, principals, custodians, nurses, central office folks, everybody, as a required part of being a staff member at RPS. Fourth, also training principals and other managers in what's called leading across difference, meaning working with individuals who may have a different racial background or a different economic background or other backgrounds to ensure that the way we manage, the way we lead schools is sensitive to issues of diversity, but more than that, really pursues racial justice in the actions that we take as leaders and as managers. Turning to priority 3, which is really about our school cultures. As we have heard a great deal tonight, I believe we need to take the time to reassess our relationship with RPD, but not just RPD, as well take a look at our non-RPD school security officers, whom we have many more of than our RPD SROs. We'll talk more about that later this evening, and as you'll see, our recommendation is to take about 90 days to look into this, gather data, hold focus groups with our students, families, teachers, community members, to really try to understand all the nuances of this question, and then bring back to the board recommendations about how to proceed with this relationship, if at all. And in addition, adopt an equity-based social and emotional learning curriculum, an SEL curriculum, which is all about helping kids develop and grow from a social and emotional perspective, but also helping teachers and other school staff help foster healthy social and emotional growth and development with students, which is so critical to disrupting the school to prison pipeline. Aligned to our 4th priority, which is all about engagement. Our 7th point here, launching a community hub model of engagement to amplify African American and Latinx voices in decision-making and in the discussions and debates around all of the things we do here at RPS. And then also on the engagement front, we do have 2 remaining schools that are named after Confederate soldiers, and we have taken a number of steps on this front, certainly with Obama Elementary School, but now is the time, I believe, to take the following steps with Binford and Cary as well. And then last, 2 points aligned to our 5th priority on operations. We have talked about reassessing all of our open enrollment policies, including transportation. I think it's particularly important that we do so from a racial equity lens. And then 10th, we can do better when it comes to minority business participation in terms of our contracts. One of the ways we can do that is by increasing the weight that we put towards MB participation in our procurement process. So these are 10 concrete commitments that enhance what we already have in Dreams for RPS. They are not in any way intended to be an exhaustive list, but a set of commitments, policy changes, programs that I do believe we can, in a relatively short time, put in place to begin to take even more steps to pursue racial justice at RPS, so that we're not just a more inclusive school system, but actually a more anti-racist school system. So I will pause there. Again, obviously, I'm eager for feedback, particularly from students. I'm excited to get with Jazz's group to hear directly from them what they would prioritize, what they think of this, and if there are significant changes, additions, deletions that they would make. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Camrus. I have Ms. Burke would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Camrus, I'm very pleased with this report, particularly the Richmond City History Program. As I speak to many people that don't look like me in the city of Richmond, a lot of folks don't know the history of African Americans in the city of Richmond because it's not in the books. So where would you learn it? Our children don't know their history because it's not taught. And as we stated the other day, after 1980, when all the emphasis was placed on academic achievement, the cultural piece was left out. And I'm very appreciative to see this. And I think that's going to make a big difference because you have to know who you are in order to move on successfully. Many of our children don't know they are the ancestors of kings and queens. So this is very, very important. Once they find out, especially in the city of Richmond, downtown area, how at one time there was a flourishing area, but a highway came through, just as it did throughout many other places. I'm also excited to see the open enrollment piece regarding the transportation, because there are many students that would like to be in those specialty schools, but cannot. They aren't privy to the transportation piece, or if they take GRTC, to take a couple of hours before getting to school, that's a lot.
Thank you.
I'm delighted to see that. I did have one question. Okay, number 10, under priority number 5. The procurement piece process, would you elaborate upon just what do you have in mind regarding that?
Yes, so when we evaluate contracts, there's a rubric which assigns a certain value to various factors such as price, the track record of the vendor, and as well minority business participation. And so the thinking here was as a concrete means of helping us increase that participation, looking at weighting that in our rubrics more significantly. Obviously, we would want to look into this, see what best practices are, see how, if there are other levers that we can take as well. But that was one that seemed it would not only advance the cause of racial justice at RPS, but also more broadly in the city of Richmond in terms of employment and wealth in the African American and Latinx communities.
So you're saying that the city of Richmond would get first dibs on that before, because sometimes companies come from outside the city or outside the state. So, or is this still pretty much broad?
It's broad, but really open to looking at lots of different ways of approaching this.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, Ms. Gibson, then Mr. Barlow, Ms. Page, and Ms. Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm thrilled to hear about the engagement of students in this process. And I think that I am hoping that at our next meeting that we get an update in terms of the specifics in that process and what that will look like. It's, I think, of critical importance that there is some outreach to ensure the diversity of the groups of students that are involved. I want to ensure that we are really that it's not an online survey, that there is that we're really able to ensure that everybody has an opportunity to have their voice heard. I think the other component to this work is time. Time is of the essence here. And so, we want to make sure that we are not, in the same seat that the city was in, creating a commission to talk about something. And by the time we make a decision, it's beyond overdue. And now people are angry. And so we need to respond with expediency to ensure that to rebuild trust, really. I think that as we're looking at this list of kind of the early thoughts, I think that the equity audit should be first and foremost on this list, because the students, to be able to make decisions and think about that, they need data, just like the board needs data. And so, where are the opportunities that this district can do better? We made a promise to do that equity audit in 2018, and now we need to make sure that that work is done so that we really can appreciate where the gaps in equity are. And I think that overall, I mean, we'll be talking about the MOU, we'll be talking about SCORE. We should also be talking about Camelot. So when we're thinking about, truly addressing this, because what we're talking about today has everything to do with how we treat discipline and the under the guise of being safe, and how that actually causes harm. And so how is our district causing harm in the policies that we've created for discipline, in the way that we are addressing the educational needs of those students with the highest vulnerability that are in our educational school program, and then likewise with the security guards and officers in our school building. All of that work really has to be considered holistically. And I would like to hear from the board, what our commitment is to ensuring that that these are some decisions that we make now, because I want to make sure that students who are beginning the school in the fall are able to see a new place based on the decisions that we're making as a board right now.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gibson. Mr. Barlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cameras, for putting together this this policy agenda. And I know that we'll be discussing a couple of the more substantive pieces of this agenda later in the meeting, so I won't dwell on those points. I would like to get a little bit more detail in particular. Well, let me first start by saying some of these issues are very important potential changes that I think could significantly move the needle, which is good. It's important. But what I'd like to get a little bit more detail about is in particular the minority business procurement process. So I do think that could have a significant impact on ensuring equity in our school system and the community. But can we get some detail about what percentage of our current spend is currently going to minority business, and even women-owned businesses? I'm not sure if that data is readily available. And then when we're talking about the weight in rubrics, I assume that that's often through the RFP process. So I'm curious to know what that weight typically looks like, whether those weights fluctuate on a case-by-case basis. And also curious to know whether we should be thinking about broader goals as opposed to just weights for minority and women-owned business procurements, because oftentimes when you look at these RFPs and you're looking at how they're weighted, and you've got an evaluation team of some sort that's awarding points, although it looks very objective, I think it can be carried out in a little bit more subjective manner. So it may be helpful for us to have goals that we're monitoring too as a board. Then I do think we need to have a discussion about SCORE and whether we have an opportunity to dig into some of those practices a little bit further, but I'll save that. I also support the equity audit that Ms. Gibson noted, and would like to hear a little bit more about the equity-based social and emotional learning curriculum that is noted in priority 3, which is number 6 on this 10-point plan.
All great questions, pushes, feedback. Let me gather up information for you on point 10. I don't have it at my fingertips, but let me gather that for you and the rest of the board so that we can really look into that. It might be better to have a target for percentage of contracts that go to MBEs as distinct from the rubric. But it sounds like there's energy on the board to go down this path. So let me gather up that data for you. and get you some of the examples also for the equity-based SEL curriculum. Sounds like there's some interest on that as well, and I'll bring that back for the board's consideration at our next meeting. And if I can get those, email out materials before then, so that folks can chew on that for the week preceding.
Okay. Now, Ms. Page and then Ms. Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent Cameras, thank you for this initiative. But I have a few questions regarding transportation. Are you prepared tonight to provide information how that would look? Because as you know, and as many of us have stated, we want to participate in open enrollment, but transportation is definitely a barrier, especially in the South Side. So are you prepared tonight to roll out how that would look as far as accessibility?
No. What I was hoping to articulate tonight is a commitment to reviewing and reassessing our open enrollment policies, along with doing all of the detailed work to determine what it would cost and what it would take operationally to not just create better policies, but also transportation that would allow those policies to actually live for our students. And so in essence, a commitment to dedicating the time and energy and resources to really figuring this out once and for all for the kids in RPS, but not prepared this evening to give all that information, because quite frankly, we as a collective, we haven't been able to do that just yet.
Right. So do you have a timeline when this information be ready to share with the board?
I think what I'd like to do is get additional feedback on these 10 commitments, and then let me discuss it with the leadership team and begin to put some timelines around these for the board to consider. And my goal would be to have that all for you at our next meeting, so you could really wrap your heads around, what would the timeline be? I want to echo what Ms. Gibson say. I think time is of the essence, and it's why I wanted to put something concrete in front of you tonight for reaction, rather than to take several weeks to formulate ideas. I think it's important that we take some decisive steps sooner rather than later. And so I do want to move expeditiously, and we'll drive towards having something for you to consider with potentially for a vote at our next meeting, and with the understanding of certain timelines.
And my next question is regarding the student engagement piece, because I know oftentimes we tend to involve students that we normally do because of achievement, some of their accomplishments, but I want to make sure that this process, we are really trying to engage all of our students, the students that we normally may not particularly see, and participating in different initiatives such as this. But I just want to make sure that we have a cross section, a really diverse student participation with this effort.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then my next comment, I hope this board is really serious in dealing with equity, because we often talk about equity, but our actions speak or say something else. So that's my comment. I really hope that when we talk equity, we be about equity, because oftentimes we're not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Page, and Ms. Dorr, and then Ms. Gibson again.
Thanks for putting this together. I appreciate it very much. A couple of pieces of feedback and then some suggestions for next steps. One is, I think there's an opportunity with all of this to leverage some of the good work that existing organizations are doing on the ground. So a couple of organizations that come to mind is the Virginia Center for Inclusive Communities, that has a lot of anti-bias and anti-racism training. And two is Peter Paul Development Center, that's hosting 2 listening sessions on police officers in schools. So to the extent we can amplify their good work and also engage them, I'm sure Dr. Harris is on it, but wanted to just put that plug out there. In regards to the training, I would add for willing or interested parents and PTA groups to be included in that. I'm a huge supporter of revisiting our open enrollment and specifically a weighted lottery. I would add to this 10-point list, as my colleagues have mentioned, Ms. Gibson and Mr. Barlow, a deep review of SCORE and making sure that those policies are aligned with equity. And then in terms of next steps, I echo what my colleague, Ms. Page, articulated about reporting and about ensuring that we have a diverse coalition of voices. So in regards to the student committee and any subsequent committees and just really any community committees in general, I have noticed that we have a lot going on and we have a lot of committees happening with the community, which I think is great, but I think the access to those committees can be it's not always consistent. So I would be interested in the administration's thoughts on how we can make sure that we have a clear list of the different ways for the public to engage with. We've got reopening committees, we've got this, potentially this new student committee, we've got lots of other committees. And so I'd love just the ability to disseminate that information to people across the city in case they want to be involved. And then I would be a proponent of putting this on the agenda, defer to Ms. Owen and Ms. Burke about how often, but on a semi-regular basis so that we can report out on our progress to these items and potentially exploring having some benchmark data so that we can understand where we are today and then measure ourselves in improving against those benchmarks. So if we measure it and we report out on it regularly, it's more likely to get done. So I would be a proponent of making that a regular part of our meetings, similar to how we make our 10 goals part of our meetings.
All right, Ms. Gibson and then Ms. Cosby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to follow up specifically on the retention item, the question for the administration regarding the timing on getting the teacher retention numbers as part of the strategic plan, and wanting to confirm that that will also include a breakdown of our teachers of color, specifically, both men and women.
We recently received the retention data for the next year. I can share this evening, it was flat. So I believe it was 79% the prior year, and it remained at 79% for the subsequent year. I need to check with UVA, the researchers there, whether they have the information at the level to do, for example, retention of male teachers of color. If not, obviously it's something that we should figure out how to establish the data collection so that we can track that. But let me go back to them and check with them on that, and I'll report back.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gibson. Ms. Cosby?
Thank you. And thank you very much, Superintendent Cameras, for this 10-point policy. Two things I wanted to add. They relate. As we talk about reaching out to the community, of course, we have heard about making sure that we have our students involved in the process and that it's a diverse group. And but also when we talk about diversity, it's not just Virginia for Virginia Center for Inclusivity, but also we do have standing organizations like the NAACP that we need to make sure, and I'm just throwing that one name out, but there are others that we need to make sure are at the table too as we talk about diversity and inclusion. And also I wanted to, you mentioned UVA, I believe. Did you say UVA? Right.
Yeah.
But as we talk through a lens of making sure that we have a diverse teaching core and look at other schools than our PWIs in order to help us get additional information too, and to really form strong partnerships. And I think I've said it before, I just really want to encourage us to make sure that we reach out to our HBCUs for research, which we don't traditionally do, and to see if they can assist us with that. So those are my two comments.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cosby. All right, I don't see anyone else. I'll just say thank you. And I do have a question for you, Mr. Cameras. You say, at our next meeting. Now, our next meeting is at this moment, June 29th, and it was specifically going to be just a special meeting for our reopening plan. And that would mean the July meeting for getting deeper into this. Now, I don't know if anybody else, I really think this is so important, but the reopening, I know we're about to get into that. So sort of keep that in your mind. Are we going to keep the 29th focused on reopening? We don't have to decide now. We can decide after we've had that discussion. And then when we would get further into this. Okay, so.
Yes. Can I make one concluding comment?
Yes.
I just want to thank everybody for the feedback. It really is knowing that this board is so committed to equity makes the work just a little bit easier. And I want the board to know that the administration, don't take that for granted. It's a blessing to have in an urban school system, and I'm grateful to each and every one of you for that. So thank you.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so receive the score. And that's Mr. Hughes?
That's correct. Superintendent Cameras, can you please share your screen?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, good evening again. At this time, I'd like to present a draft of the Student Code of Responsible Ethics, known as the SCORE, for first read. And before moving forward, I'd like to show appreciation for the SCORE committee who contributed to the changes the administration will put forward tonight. This administration is committed to disrupting the school-to-prison pipeline and ensuring that every RPS student feels both welcome and acknowledged as a valued member of their school community. This commitment is seen in the changes the school board approved in last year's SCORE document. We decriminalized language by rephrasing or eliminating certain punitive statements while taking a more restorative stance. We decriminalized policy by reviewing responses to student behaviors and eliminating responses that weren't appropriate. And we added language to this score to be more inclusive to our students who are identified as LGBTQIA+. The changes we are proposing this year are designed to further the work started last year. Through criminalizing responses to student behavior, ensuring that parents have voice in the disciplinary process, and ensuring alignment of the score with state guidance and new laws. Our divisions work around restorative practices, specifically community circles and healing circles, started as a pilot in Action 3.2 of Dreams for RPS, is outlined as part of our score document found on page 35. It is this administration's goal to make these two types of circles a standard part of a child's educational experience in the next school year and beyond. Additionally, we're proposing that the two types of circles are now a part of the intervention and responses found at levels 1, 2, and 3 in the level responses to students' behavior. Additionally, we are seeking to clarify the short-term suspension appeals process for parents and guardians by adding in a new flow chart, which is found on page 25. And finally, we added in new student behavior and response codes to align with state guidance found on pages 10 to 15. We know that this document serves as our framework for setting expectations for positive behaviors. But we also know that the real work is how it lives in schools, and we look forward to continuing to collaborate with school-based staff and leaders to ensure safe and welcoming schools for all. I'll pause here and say thank you.
I say thank you to you, Mr. Hughes. And we're not having a vote of any kind on this tonight. Does anyone have specific? Yes, I see. Yes. All right. I'm just trying to figure this out. Ms. Gibson and then Mr. Barlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, as I mentioned before, I think that that our country is calling us to really transform discipline in a true, tangible way. And I think for us as a district, that begins with this document. I expressed concerns with the document last year. While I was thrilled that we made revisions to address the needs of our LGBTQ students, we still have a lot of work to do. The document overall is incredibly complex. I think that the infractions are approached in a way that is overly punitive. There is, there's so much room for interpretation. It's complicated, and yet there's just a lack of clarity in terms of how it is applied. I've heard from school-based staff that the changes that were implemented last year, there was, there wasn't a lot of there were a lot of questions in terms of, how they should be approaching things any differently given the changes in the document. I think that this document is where we define the roles of the support staff that we have in the schools. It should not just be about how we're going to punish students, but rather what are the supports that the district has in place to support both staffs and students. I am of the mindset that there are no bad kids. There are needs that are unmet that need to be addressed. And this document as it stands now, to me, has that old idea that we can fix our schools and we can fix communities by pushing out the bad people. And we can see that that has failed us. And so I challenge the administration to revisit this document, given where we are as a country right now, to take a keen attention to the language as it pertains to special needs students. You know, rather than sentences that say that we can send kids with discipline or with disabilities to the police department, let's instead focus on what we can do to avoid having those students need to be going to the police department. That's what we're called to do right now. And I have to say that while yes, I want to see us work with more minority businesses, and yes, you know, I am encouraged by the curriculum change that we're talking about. This is the work that must be done. There is nothing more important than this work. And I think that unless we make true change here in this document, we are not doing what we're saying we're doing, which is to create an equitable system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gibson. Mr. Barlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so I'd like to first get some feedback from the administration about when specifically SCORE is to, or when the administration wants us to approve SCORE, because I do agree that this is, at this point in time in particular, this is the time where we have a real opportunity to take a much closer look at SCORE as a board and as an administration. I know that we've had a SCORE committee that's worked extensively on this in the past, and I would like to get a little bit more detail about their thoughts. But as we continue discussions about what policing looks like in our schools, what types of supports we think that we should be advocating for as a school district, whether we should be implementing or how we can go about implementing more restorative justice practices and trauma-informed care practices in our schools. I do think that that those discussions really go hand in hand with approval of what a final SCORE document looks like for this coming school year. So I understand that there's typically, you know, some pressure, time pressure related to printing these documents, to additional training for staff members who will be working to implement this document and these practices. So I think ideally we would align a final review or final vote of SCORE with our final determinations related to the memorandum of understanding with the RPD. So I'd be curious to hear in particular whether we could do that. So time this to coincide with either just before, or ideally just before the start of the school year, and what types of concerns the administration may have with that type of timeline. And then the other thing is I do think that additional feedback from our students, and I know we'll talk about this with respect to the MOU, but with our students, our teachers, and our families is going to be in order as we discuss holistically what discipline looks like in our school district and what involvement with outside parties looks like in our school district as well.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson and Mr. Barlow, for your comments. And clearly there is a great deal of energy around conducting a deeper dive into the SCORE, which we could accomplish, but as Ms. Gibson said, it is incredibly complex and could take a great deal of time. We may not be ready with the revisions to bring these revisions to the school board prior to the beginning of the school year coming up. So I guess the question I would ask for the board is, would the board be comfortable keeping the existing SCORE in place until we were able to do a deeper dive and bring a more a more robust document that has more folks engaged in its creation to you all?
Well, we have Ms. Burke and then Ms. Cosby, who already would like to make comments. Ms. Burke?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you so very much. It's hard to get the right just right information in the score document is such a challenge over the years, even though things have been changed, certain verbiage has been changed. What my concern is as I think Mr. Barlow asked regarding the MOU, but I also know that the state has certain guidelines of actions that we have to have in place. Is that not correct, Mr. Hughes?
That is correct. Now, I will say that the actions that the state has proposed is already reflected in this score iteration.
Well, that's what my concern is as well, because having worked on that committee for years and years and years, it's I know Ms. Owen worked on this along with some others. It's not an easy document to work on, and a lot of it is punitive, but that a lot of that has come down from the state. And until we have the General Assembly or whomever decides what needs to be in place, until we get that verbiage and the practices, best practices in place, but we're following also what's given to us from the state. So that needs to be handled also at that level. I'm in full agreement that there's always room for improvement, to write and rewrite, and some of the information is punitive. But I know the information is also being given to us as a requirement. So looking at it overall, you can't tell which areas come from the state that's required and which areas are our directive. So to rewrite whatever part or whatever, but in the end, we cannot steer off from what the state requires. But if we, can we? Mr. Hughes?
No, that's correct. There are certain components of our score that need to be in alignment with state guidance.
Yeah, and so far as I think Ms. Gibson mentioned earlier, which I like the idea also, and I think I saw this in the score, some alternative before, let's say a child has a situation, that there's an opportunity to de-escalate, there's an opportunity to conference, there's an opportunity, there are consequences or follow-ups before suspension or whatever takes place. But here we go again, back to what Mr. Barlow stated also, the manpower, because SROs per se are paid by they're not paid by Richmond Public Schools. I heard a lot of that this evening. SROs are not paid by Richmond Public Schools. So we do need counselors. We do need behavior specialists. We do need the opportunity to have that support. So we really need to push behind the General Assembly to help us with that, to make these changes, because right now, by following what's in place from the state, it doesn't leave us in a situation whereas we do need to move forward in a positive manner. So whatever we can do to make that happen, great. But we also need to, at some point, push the General Assembly, our advocates, to make some changes there and to give just not the city of Richmond, but across the board in the state of Virginia, that support that's needed for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burke, Ms. Cosby, and then Ms. Gibson. Ms.
Thank you. I just want to say, I think this score document it's not a matter of, let me backtrack. We have pushed for some years now to look at or have some alternative education. We've pushed for it, we've asked for it in this budget cycle. You know, we demanded that monies be put back into the budget to address some of these concerns so that we're not looking at everything through a punitive lens. And I think some strides have been made over the years. However, with this board, we recognize we have a lot more to do, but it's not just about an MOU with the RPD. It's not just about, you know, it goes back to what Ms. Burke has stated in terms of there's certain things at a state level that we have got to address. We have got to stop decriminalizing. We have got to stop criminalizing our students. And we also have to look at some alternative things that it cannot just be done by changing the scoreboard. It's not just this document. It is about our approach and some processes. And I don't want us to get caught up in the score booklet itself. But, you know, if we've said, hey, administration, we want to see some alternatives, we have put this money in the budget, well, then we need to have a deadline for something like that we want to see a plan. Because we can't, and we're not going to be able to truncate it, and it's not going to be this quick and fast process within the next month. I mean, this is going to take some time. And I don't want us to get into some, knee-jerk reactions because, you know, we know we have to respond. Yes, the time right now, the time is right. Right now, we have momentum, but also we want to be extremely smart, and we want to make sure that we are extremely comprehensive in our approach. What I would like to see beyond the score is for the administration to provide us with a plan to give us some tiered alternatives for discipline, and some tiered alternatives to make sure that we reach all of our students and that we're promoting success in all of our students, even if they're not behaving in a certain way that we deem appropriate. So it's the trauma-informed, it's the restorative justice, and what else? We've asked for it. We know that we've said many, many times before, Robin Dalton, Tracy Intershop, I'm sorry, I always forget Tracy's last name. You know, they've come up with some things. You know, you have Angela Jones. This is not about, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There are pieces of it that we already have. We just need to say, hey, we need this plan to put together, and we need to start seeing steps to implement it, to approve and start to implement. Because, you know, it's, as I said, it's not about this MOU with the police department. It's more than that. It's more than that. So that's what I would like to start to see. Have a plan for alternative methods and ways that we address all of our students, and in ways that we address how we discipline students, or how we address disciplinary issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cosby. Ms. Gibson?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I think that the score document is of critical importance. You know, I mean, I think that, essentially this is the board's policy on discipline. And I'm frustrated because I've been asking to revisit this document for some time. And I get that there's some language where, you know, we have limitations because of state law. But look, I mean, we were using the state as an excuse not to tear down the monuments, and they're coming down. And so if there are changes that we want the state to make, we cannot just say, oh, you know, we can't do a bunch of stuff because the state won't let us. We need to say, what do we want the state to change? That's what we need to be doing right now. And we need to be looking at what we can change, and make some progress right now. I am of the belief that long-term suspensions are not helping anyone. I do not see why, as a school district, that we think that by you know, suspending students 10 days and longer is helping something in any way. It's not. It's not. Out of school suspension for elementary students, I see no reason for it. I see no reason at all. We should not have language in the document that's vague, where, you know, that the police may be able to do this and may be able to do that. It needs to be clear, and we need to set limits on these practices that are sending our kids to jail. You know, our kids are getting a record that begins when they're very young. And the marks that they get on their discipline records, they carry them through from grade to grade until they graduate, and then that lives with them beyond. This is what we are doing as a district to these kids. And I'm not okay to say that our hands are tied because of the state, because ultimately the lives of these kids in the schools right now are in our hands. And I take that responsibility very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Ms. Cosby?
I just want to reiterate that changing this document, if we're saying, no, we're going to eliminate out of school suspension, it goes back to my point. I mean, you know, what is the alternative? We have to have the alternative. So we can say, this is what we're going to do. We can put down our boundaries. These are absolutely things that we will not do, that we will not subject our children to, one. But second, we do need to understand what the alternatives will be. What is that alternative plan that we have been asking for some time? So there's language that we can change. There are things that we can absolutely do right now, but we definitely have to have a plan to be able to put in, hey, these are the parameters. This is what we're doing. And unfortunately, we don't have that right now. And my ask is that we start working on that. That is urgent, and it's something that becomes a priority, that we work on these alternative plans that we want to put in place. So if we want to change some things, if we want to say these things are absolutely, we will not tolerate, because we know that it leads to the school to prison pipeline, but we have to make sure that we have other things in place too to address issues. And it has to be very clear. And we need to start working on that now. And that's what I just will reiterate it. We've asked for it for some time. We put money in the budget for it. And I would like to see a plan.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cosby. Mr. Barlow, and then Ms. Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some of Ms. Cosby's comments there made, I guess, inspired me to speak a little bit. I couldn't agree more that we need to have alternatives in place if we're going to talk about. I mean, removing penalties does not solve behavior challenges in our district, right? And I think we've talked about trauma-informed care. We've talked about restorative justice practices. We've got some pilots. I'm going back to Nadine Marsh Carter when she first joined the board. She was preaching and preaching and preaching about these issues, and absolutely, I think we need to delve into that. I do think that a closer look at what types of penalties we're putting in place, what the impacts of those penalties are, that kind of analysis as a board will help us, hopefully will help shed some light on what types of practices we should be investing in, so I do want to see more information about our current suspensions, our expulsions, all of that kind of data. I know that we see it when we go into the disciplinary review committees, but if we have an opportunity to take a look at that data, see what these practices are, have an idea of what practices we want to curb, then we will have a better idea of the scope of intervention that we need to see when we're looking at these alternatives. So I don't think you can really have one discussion without the other. So I'd still urge us to take a closer look at these practices and what the impacts of these practices have looked like, so that we can be prepared to make more concrete asks related to what we need to effectively care for our students' emotional well-being as well as their safety. And in particular, in this moment in time, I think it's important for us to have a better idea of that, because we are going to need to continue to have conversations with City Council and with our state legislators to have a clear idea of what the path forward looks like for discipline in the schools. And we may be in a moment where we can receive even more support than we would have expected a month or two ago. So I don't want to not be in a position to address these issues and advocate for those resources as necessary by not digging into these issues further over the next couple months.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Barlow. Ms. Dorr?
Thank you. I support a lot of what my colleagues have said, and I had a question for the administration on timeline. Don't want to speak for the board, but I would be in support of having a more in-depth conversation about SCORE / to Ms. Cosby's point, alternatives to punishment as part of our racial justice policy agenda. I know SCORE, there's some state requirements, there's also some printing requirements. So, I'd just be interested, how do we move some of these good ideas to action so that we can give clear direction to the administration around what we'd like to see. So I'd be interested in the administration on their thoughts on how we move forward in addressing some of the good points of my colleagues.
Ms. Simon, if I may.
Yes, indeed.
Appreciate all the feedback and a lot of important things to think further about. If I may, I'd like to take just a little bit of time to sit with Harry and some other folks and to try to think about what we can do under what timeline. I want to make sure that we are responsive to the moment, given the great urgency I think we all share, while at the same time, to Ms. Cosby's point, giving this weighty work its due diligence and not rushing through things just to do them. So if you could give us a few days to think through all that, and then I'm glad to come back to the board with some sense of what the right next step would be at the next meeting and thereafter, and some timelines, then I think that would give something for the board to concretely react to and let us know if that generally fits with the consensus of the board's desires at this moment.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Camrus. All right. So we will ponder. And you will ponder. We'll
Yes,
all ponder.
and respond.
Okay, and so as part of that, we move right into the partnership with the Richmond Police Department. That's
All right.
you. Who's doing that?
Yeah, I'm up again.
I'll share.
Thank you. All right, so at this time, I'll provide an overview of RPS's partnership with the Richmond Police Department. I use the abbreviation RPD to refer to the Richmond Police Department, MOU to refer to the current Memorandum of Understanding between RPD and RPS, and SRO to refer to school resource officers. Through the MOU, RPD provides RPS 13 SROs. 13 SROs are in all of our comprehensive high schools, most of our middle schools, and the Richmond Alternative Schools. A few key points about the SROs that I'd like to share that are outlined in the MOU. SROs are RPD officers who volunteer to work in our schools. To work in schools, SROs must receive 40 hours of training provided by the Virginia Department of Criminal Justice Services. And part of this training includes professional development specific to trauma-informed practices, students with disabilities. RPS doesn't pay the salaries of the SROs, but we pay them overtime to provide additional support at after-school activities that draw large public crowds, such as our football games. During the school day, SROs are only to involve themselves in disciplinary actions that are violations of the law and are only permitted to use appropriate physical restraint when there is imminent danger of physical harm to the student in crisis or others. Last school year, SROs made 121 arrests, mostly for assault where there was an injury and drug and weapon possession. Per the MOU, SROs are also expected to become active members of the school community. For example, SROs work with school personnel to engage in collaborative decision-making that makes the school safer. SROs also work to build positive relationships with students. For example, there are SROs who actively run after-school programming, such as band and sports, and also lead other SRO programs, such as the Mirror Me program held at Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School. Given our current national context, as a direct result of the killings of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and now Rayshard Brooks, and the countless other Black men and women killed in the past at the hands of law enforcement, school districts across the country are now re-examining their relationship with their respective police departments, both financially and philosophically. While RPS doesn't pay for SROs, we want to ensure that any relationship we have with RPD is grounded in ensuring that every RPS student feels safe and supported at school. This administration proposes that over the next 90 days, we engage in an in-depth review of the SRO program. We'll do this by holding focus groups with the stakeholders who have direct knowledge of the work of our SROs, our students, school-based staff, as well as other community stakeholders. And we'll certainly explore the proposal crafted by Mr. Jas Miles regarding a student-led coalition to address and look for solutions to racial disparities within our school system. Additionally, we will schedule a public hearing regarding this matter, continue to collect data, and research potential alternatives. After 90 days, this administration will bring forth to the school board a set of recommendations to consider. At this time, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair Owen, for discussion.
All right. I think Ms. Dorr and then Mr. Barlow.
My comment was about the prior section. I'll let others
Oh,
speak.
okay. I see you in here twice. Mr. Barlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hughes, for queuing up this conversation. I am really glad that we are taking this opportunity to evaluate our relationship with the RPD and the best path forward for us as a school system. You know, admittedly, I have some general concerns with maintaining a significant police presence in our school system. But I do think that we owe it to the community, to our students, and to our staff and families to engage in further discussion about what the future of this relationship looks like. So I do want to start by saying I don't think that we should, as we've seen other school districts do, vote on a path forward tonight without getting that type of input. And I do want to note that in order to make an informed decision and incorporate quality feedback from community stakeholders, I would like to get more detail about the arrests in particular. If there's any other data related to SRO engagement with any other type of disciplinary matters. So I know that our SROs are not supposed to be engaged in routine disciplinary matters, but it would be helpful to know if there are other circumstances, or if there are particular circumstances where perhaps there were legal infractions that did not result in arrests. So any information that we can have about that. I'd like to know specifically what schools arrests have happened at, and those times over the past couple of years at least. It was noted that of the 121 arrests last year, many of them were for drug offenses and assault offenses. It would be helpful to have a clearer breakdown about the details of those arrests. So if we can get specifics related to the number of arrests for the different types of offenses. And I do think that no matter what we do, well, when we see this set of recommendations, I do think we should be preparing a recommendation that, and I'm not saying that I would vote for it today. I'm not saying that I'll necessarily vote for it in 90 days, but I do think one of those recommendations should reflect what a post in-school SRO RPS looks like. So if we do move in that direction, I want to make sure that we are figuring out how we would go about balancing the safety of our students with the emotional and mental well-being of our students, which I think is an issue of particular note. So if we were to take that kind of action, an advocacy plan, would we be working with the city to see if we could have certain funds dedicated to the SRO program reallocated for other uses, for additional emotional and social supports for our kids? So that's some of what I'd like to see. And then I also want to make sure that as we move forward with community engagement, that we have additional opportunities for the public to weigh in outside of one additional public hearing. So I'd like this to be a standing agenda item, or at least standard, some sort of discussion topic moving forward until we receive the final recommendations from the administration. So that's what I've got for you now.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow. Ms. Page, and then Ms. Gibson.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hughes, for this information, and I am so thankful that we are we're taking this approach from a comprehensive standpoint, engaging our students, listening to them, and also involving our parents, because we all know we have not been in school since March, and everything that has happened, it really saddens me, because we are, I think, for the most part, we're trying to approach this dealing with the SROs and RPDs, taking it from a knee-jerk reaction, and that knee-jerk reaction will give long-term consequences that we will never probably ever recover from. And I do not want to use this what we are dealing with. I do not want to use our students dealing with this issue, and also using our students as a scapegoat to promote, the political campaign, because we tend to do that. And our children are too important to us. But I'm glad that we are looking at this, taking a comprehensive approach, and hopefully we look at this matter and how we're going to move forward strategically as well as culturally. Because, and another thing, and this goes back, and I'm kind of going back, when we talked about equity, what does equity really, really means? And what does disciplining our students, all of our students, not just some, but all of our students, but because we know the different students are addressed differently. But again, we talk about equity, but what does equity really mean? Because we talk about equity, but we don't want to redistrict the entire city, certain parts of the city. But we still promote all equity. So again, I don't want us to talk about it. I want us to be about it. And I want us to really look at our relationship, the partnership, from strategically, as well as culturally, so that we can make the best decision, make informed decisions, and be transparent. And also, again, listen to our students. Listen to all of our students, not just some, but all of our students that we may not hear from. We want to listen to all of our students and listen to our parents, because they have value as well. And I refuse to make a decision based on a knee-jerk reaction. So thank you to the administration for being intentional in addressing how we move forward with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Page. Ms. Gibson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm thankful that the district is looking to take the step. I would like to reiterate Mr. Barlow's point in terms of the public hearings. I would like to, I think it's important that we have one with expediency. And also the point about data, which is critical. I too want to see more detail in terms of the arrests that were made, the specific charges, the types of drugs that were found, and most importantly, what happened to those students, after what happened. And I would hope that the police department would help us in gathering that insight. And for more than just, again, the past year, I think it's important to get that historical data. I think that as we look at the list of where those SRO officers are, we should all recognize the reality of the inequity in that list. Community high school is not on that list. Open high school is not on that list. So we have our schools, our specialty schools where there is no police presence, where there are no metal detectors, and then other schools where there's not. And again, going back to the open enrollment system, if we have students that are admitted into one of the specialty schools, and then they have a behavior infringement that sends them back to a school where now there is police presence. And this is a system that we have created. So, I think that is important to consider. I also want to note that, that I've heard really phenomenal things about many of the SOR officers, the people in those roles. And I think it's really important that we separate the people from the system. What we need to fix is a system that starts in the classroom, continues in the hallway, to our neighborhoods, and into jails. I mean, that is the system that we need to fix. And so the question is, our students need support, our teachers need support. What is the support that is the best support to meet their needs? And my belief is that, you know, having someone with a gun that is employed by the police department is not necessary. Perhaps those people can be in the schools, but in that role, I question that. I also think that we need to, in this discussion, not isolate just to the SORs, but to look at this overall system, which includes our security guards as well. You know, so we have a group of security guards, and there are more of them in our schools than the SRO officers. And what is the training and the background and the experience of those SRO officers? How do they work in hand with the SROs? I mean, this is, it's the overall ecosystem of discipline. And I think that we have to look at it holistically to ensure that, you know, that we're taking a sensitive approach. I think that, you know, the SROs, I think, are paid considerably more than the security guards. You know, what is the skill set that we want people to have who are in these roles, which are of critical importance, because this is when we are in crisis. And so, you know, this is our last resort. When we haven't done the work we needed to do to address those needs sooner, this is when the crisis happens, and these are the people that we need to really be able to support our students without escalating issues in a sensitive way, to be able to do the work of educating everyone. And so my request is that that we have that public hearing sooner rather than later, and that you know, if it's going to take 90 days, so be it. I would love to see that process prior to the start of the school year. And how is it that we can look both holistically at all the staff that deal with our discipline issues, and how can we get true data to really be able to ensure that that we are looking at where we are accurately to make decisions moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gibson, Ms. Page, and then Ms. Dorr.
Yes, thank you. I just want to reiterate what some of my colleagues have said about data. I think that's really important. You know, the charges that our students have received, and I think that's important that we get the information. So I support that as well, because, you know, not having data in order to make informed decisions, I think that's really important. And also what the data is telling us. What is it saying? And, you know, are we keeping track of this data? And, you know, what are we doing with it? So yes, I support that as well. And I'm hoping that as we make an informed decision, there are some alternatives that will come from, you know, the findings from this effort, and also that will better support our students, whether it's reallocation to provide us more mental health support, counselors that really support the needs of our students. So again, I support the data piece to find out what is it telling us.
Thank you, Ms. Page. Ms. Dorr?
I just appreciate the comments from my colleagues. I think the public hearing is a good idea. I also think that, as many of my colleagues have said before, making sure that we're hearing directly from principals, school leadership, and teachers, and also the students about this issue. So I don't know if those audiences are always the ones that are going to participate in a public hearing. So finding different avenues to make sure that we're hearing directly from people that are in the schools working on a day-to-day basis and the students. And then second, as part of this scope, I'd like us to understand the role of guns in schools. I personally don't believe that guns belong in schools. And so I'd like to add that as part of the discussion. And finally, last year there was an incident at Albert Hill Middle School in which a member of the Richmond Police Department used disparaging and racist words against 2 students. I see on the list that Albert Hill does not have an SRO, but that incident happened to Albert Hill students. And so as part of the scope of our MOU and our relationship with Richmond Police Department, I'd like to understand how RPD is interacting and interfacing with our students when they're maybe not physically in the school, but they're right out in front of the school. In this situation, they were walking from Albert Hill to Humphrey Calder Community Center. And so I until tonight, or until this information was put in front of me, I thought that was an SRO, but I think it was a member of RPD. So would just like a little bit more clarity about that for our kids.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Dorr. Okay, I don't see any additional questions or comments.
May I,
So,
Ms.
Mr. Cameras, did you want to wrap it up?
Sure. Thank you again for all that feedback and for additional questions for us to explore. We will begin doing so. It sounds like there was consensus around the plan to do the in-depth review. It sounds like there's consensus for at least one, if not more, public hearings, along with a very intentional effort to get feedback from students, teachers, principals, families. Absolutely. Very clear consensus around getting additional data, particularly around the arrests and information about the SSOs, that is the non-RPD officers. And then certainly some deep thinking around if we were to sever our relationship, what would come in its place to ensure that our students and our schools are receiving the necessary supports. So we will begin in earnest on all of those fronts and work with board leadership to schedule those hearings and report back very soon. Thank you.
Thank you. And don't go away, Mr. Cameras, because now you're up on reopening scenarios.
Yes, 1 second, let me get that. Okay. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay. So as I'm sure everybody is aware by now, the governor recently put forth guidance around the reopening of schools in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And as with the reopening of businesses and restaurants and churches and so on, the guidance is broken up into phases, phase 1, 2, and 3. The phases, in essence, go from a fully virtual school environment to essentially a fully in-person environment. We are no longer in phase 1. Richmond moved into phase 2 last Friday. So it doesn't make a ton of sense to spend a lot of time talking through phase 1, though I will note is largely focused on virtual instruction, some exceptions for students with IEPs. We are now in phase 2, which according to the guidelines allows for some limited in-person instruction with strict social distancing for students in preschool through 3rd grade and English learners. It does allow for transportation, but requires social distancing. So the guidelines indicate 1 student per seat and every other seat. It also has an overarching limitation on gatherings of more than 50 people. There are more details in phase 2, but that gives you the gist of what phase 2 looks like. I'm actually going to spend most of the time talking about phase 3 though, because that's where we expect to be in the fall, either phase 3 or beyond phase 3. And so I do want to spend a little bit of time digging into the guidance on phase 3. So this is taken directly from the governor's guidance. First, it clarifies what are allowable programs. You'll see here, in-person instruction can be afforded for all students, but strict social distancing measures must be implemented. I'll say more about that in a second. Remote learning exceptions and teleworking should be options for student and staff who are at higher risk of severe illness. We'll talk about that in a minute. And then mitigation strategies may impact operations and capacity limits. A multifaceted instructional approach may need to be implemented or planned for phase 3, meaning lots of different ways of approaching instruction. Here are some of the health, safety, and physical distancing measures. So social distancing and other measures are remain important prevention strategies in phase 3, but it also calls for additional requirements, as you can see here, face coverings, class size limitations, etc. Also, it notes here that there should be physical distance between children on school buses when possible, and to the extent we can, limiting capacity so that you can effectuate social distancing, although it does make an exception, as you can see, for siblings to sit together. Continuing on with the guidance from the governor's office, you'll see physical distancing of at least 6 feet should be maintained to the greatest extent possible in all buildings. Other precautions include, but are not limited to, restricting the mixing of groups of students, consider closing or staggering communal spaces, limiting outdoor activities in recess to 50 people with a priority on social distancing, and then a few other items here as well. So in short, phase 3 calls for significant in-person instruction, but with strict social distancing. And as one can imagine, strict social distancing with a classroom of 25 4th graders is a challenge, as is the case with 25 7th graders or 25 11th graders. And so one of the ways to tackle that is to limit the number of students that are present at any given time. And that allows, for example, if you only have half the students, you have, say, 12 in a classroom, much easier to have social distancing than if you had 25. And so my colleagues and I around the region are grappling with a set of staggered schedules that would ensure that only half or some percentage of students are in a building at any given time to allow for that type of strict social distancing. And so the VDOE guidance gives a number of options, and we could come up with a nearly infinite set of options, but we've put forth 4 that, based on some initial discussions with our task force, but also with my colleagues in the region and looking at the VDOE guidance, seem like some of the leading options to stagger schedules so that you only have about half as many kids in a building at any given time. I want to clarify, these are not the only options, and there are many permutations of these options. We're just starting there to get a sense of how our families and our staff feel about these options, both from a comfort level and a operational feasibility level. And so we put forth 4. The first schedule is an AM/PM schedule. In short, you have half of the students coming in the morning and half coming in the afternoon, with a cleaning break in between. The second is an alternating days schedule. So, and there are many versions of this one, but one version is students, half the students come on Monday and Tuesday, the other half come on Wednesday and Thursday. You have cleaning Tuesday evening, and then you could have whole class virtual learning on Friday. A variant of this one is you have Group A come Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Group B come Thursday, Friday, and then in the second week, Group A comes Monday, Tuesday, and Group B comes Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. In essence, just swapping Wednesday off between Group A and Group B. There are other ways of doing the alternating days as well, but those are some of the leading ones. Schedule 3 is the alternating days, but it loops in Saturday so that both groups get 3 full days of in-person instruction. Schedule 4 approaches the stagger by alternating weeks as opposed to days. So Group A would come on week 1, Group B would come on week 2, then Group A would come back in week 3, and then Group B, and so on and so forth. Each of these schedules has advantages, each of them has disadvantages. None is what I would call an ideal option, and so I think as we go through this, we're going to have to make a lot of choices between suboptimal options, and then do our best to make whatever we choose come alive and be as supportive of our kids as best as we possibly can. So we recently, on Friday, put out a survey online. That is not the only mechanism by which we will gather this data. We are working to have the survey available at all of our food distribution sites, amongst other avenues. Dr. Harris is ill this evening, so wasn't able to be with us, but she will be able to share more information about how we're gathering survey data. It is out right now in Spanish and in English. We have one survey for families and one survey for staff. What I have here is very early data. As you can see, this chart only has about 500 responses. Obviously, we hope to have several thousand. I did want to share it with you, though, because this is our first discussion about it. I wanted you to know, even from an early slice of the data, how are things beginning to look. Of course, we won't make any recommendations to you until we have much more data in from our community and make sure that it is fully representative of the community. That being said, I did want you to just see how things are beginning to look. First question is just a general question. If RPS opens in person this fall with a staggered schedule that limits the number of young people in school at any one time to allow for significant social distancing, how likely are you to send your students? And you can see a preponderance of folks seem to be inclined to send their students, or at least not sure about it. And so there does seem to be energy to get kids back into school this fall. Then we asked about each of those schedules. So the first question is about the AM/PM schedule. You'll see some comfort with this, but it's fairly mixed. Yes, the largest group is very likely, but you have significant percentages in the other categories with a very significant chunk in the unlikely. One of the pieces of feedback we've heard about this is it makes working a full day for working families very difficult. I will note it also creates significant transportation challenges. The second schedule was the alternating days. So this was the Monday, Tuesday for Group A, and then the Wednesday, Thursday for Group B. This seems to have much more support. As you can see, appears more than half in the likely and very likely category, if not closing in on 3/4. The third schedule This is the alternating days, but including Saturday, as is very clear. This is very unpopular. So as we'll see with the staff, that is the same there. So it seems like this is not a viable option. And then this is the alternating weeks, and it's very mixed. As you can see, we have people all across the spectrum on this week. Again, this is early data, but did want to see where folks were beginning to shake out. We also asked if families would be likely to use a fully virtual option, which we feel is going to be necessary for us to offer, even if we have social distancing and PPE, et cetera. We know there are some families that are just not going to be comfortable sending their children back. You'll see here some significant chunk of families indicating that they're very likely to use the full virtual option if that were available. Moving to our staff, we asked a similar set of questions about how comfortable they would be about working in these environments. So the first question is, in essence, the same question we asked families, just if we were to open with staggered schedules and significant social distancing, would you be comfortable working? And you can see here there is a very significant spread across the various responses, indicating a significant chunk that would be comfortable, but also a significant chunk that would not be. And so obviously we want to dig into that a little bit further as well. Then we asked them about each of the schedules. The first is the AM, PM. You see a pretty good spread across all of the different options. Next is the alternating days. This one seems to have generated more enthusiasm. Again, it looks like about 2/3 in the very comfortable or comfortable categories. This is the third schedule with the Saturday option. That is clearly not very popular. And then this is the alternating weeks schedule, certainly not as popular as some of the others. You have a sizable percentage of staff in the uncomfortable and very uncomfortable. We also asked how comfortable staff feel with virtual teaching on video applications like Google Classroom or Zoom. I was happy to see a very sizable chunk of our educators in the very comfortable or comfortable categories. Likely that is in part because they have been doing some of that work over the last couple of months. And then we asked about what sort of or how much PD they feel they might need to do more virtual teaching, half day, full day, 2 days or more. It's a fair spread, but it seems like at a minimum, a day of PD would be necessary to support a majority of teachers on that front. So that's just a high level of some of the feedback we've been getting. We want to continue to gather this data. And the reason it's really important for us to begin to hone in on which schedule we would approach is because there are numerous things that flow from this choice of schedule. When we do cleaning, how transportation would work, how the virtual option would work when kids aren't in person. And so the sooner we can nail that down, the sooner we can flesh out the rest of the plan. Obviously, there are elements that don't require the schedule. We know we're going to need cleaning and PPE and such, and we're working around the clock on all of those things now. But we do really want to try to get a consensus on the schedule fairly soon. As part of that process, I also want the board and the public to know I'm in contact with my colleagues in the counties. It would be ideal if we could have a unified approach. I can't promise that. Obviously, every division has unique needs and unique challenges. But we know actually from the survey, because we asked the question, that a lot of our educators live in the counties and have kids going to school in the counties. And so when we're on one schedule and they're on another, it certainly creates some challenges. So we're going to do the best we can on that front. But again, no promises, no guarantees. One last thing, we did not ask about a fully in-person with no staggering schedule. We can add that in the next round. We didn't add it because that did not seem to be a plausible option given the need for strict social distancing. I think even with the best of intentions and lots of PPE and dividers and such, keeping 25 third graders apart in a classroom 6 feet apart just doesn't seem reasonable to me. And so that's why we didn't put it forth. I recognize that any of the staggered schedules create a burden for families because there are some days when kids aren't physically in school, and that makes it extremely hard for families to work. It makes it extremely hard to resume some sort of normal rhythm of folks' lives. Childcare is obviously always a significant concern as well for families. So that was our thinking, our rationale, and wanted to just give you the latest information. And let me pause there, take questions, and glad to try to provide any additional information I have.
Okay, I'm waiting to see. I think Ms. Dorr. Ms. Dorr, you are on mute.
Sorry. So obviously, I know there's a lot of data to still flush out, but obviously, unfortunately, this is going to be a factor of adhering to the guidelines and our ability to pay for all of this, and families' preferences and teachers' preferences, et cetera. So I think the more that we can get a table of weighing all of those different variables, and most importantly, cost. I can't foresee, just doing some back of the envelope numbers, how we're going to pay for any of this with transportation specifically. So that personally makes me very nervous. And
then, Ms. Dorr, having the staggered schedule dramatically helps with transportation. So just to make my thinking clearer for folks, if you have all kids coming back, but they have to be socially distanced on the bus, you basically have to run 2 or 3 times as many bus routes every day, which means you have to have either, very strange schedules, or you need to hire more drivers and get more buses, which is where the cost comes in. With the social distancing and the staggered schedules, then you only have half as many kids and you're able to run a more normal bus route without incurring additional costs. Just one of the considerations.
Gotcha. That makes sense. So my, I think that allowing families to have more options to weigh in on is rather than less, so that they feel that their voices are heard. For some families, it might just cost-wise not be an option to only send, to have to find childcare for 2 or 3 days a week. And so, as much as it pains me to say, from a public health perspective, I do think we need to consider all options on the table. So I would be in support of asking for alternative scenarios from folks, and also to see, where folks land on a fully in-person schedule. And then my second question is around engagement. So I know we have reopening committee or committees and a survey. Just want to make sure that we're getting the survey out to people, what our strategy is there, what our strategy is to get some qualitative feedback on the survey so that people can propose these different options. And then, you know, to some of the public comments that were made earlier tonight, you know, how are we getting engagement? You know, survey is one tool, obviously, but you know, not everyone's going to take the time to or even know about an online survey. So, what are we doing to continue to get engagement? Have the committees actually met, and what's the deal with those?
Yeah, just real quick, the community and family committee, that's one. They have met once, and the school leader committee has met once. It's really just a sort of a framing and orientation meeting, and we'll get into more of the nitty-gritty feedback in upcoming meetings. The community family one, I think, has about 45 or so folks on it, representing all different parts of the city, and glad to share those names right away. On the other options, just so folks know, on the survey, one of the questions is a text field which just says, is there another schedule that you would recommend? So we're gathering all that too, and we'll put it all into a PDF. There's also at the end of the survey a open text field that just says anything else you would, you want to share, or you can, anything you want us to know. So we're gathering all that as well, which is providing a lot of interesting and useful information. People have really good ideas about various permutations of some of these schedules. Let me see if we can throw a full unstaggered in-person into the survey now and get some additional data on that as well. And then, sorry, you had one more question, but I can't remember what it was, so I apologize.
I'll let some of my other colleagues
Okay.
speak. My
Yeah.
question was around engagement.
Oh,
Beyond.
yes. Dr. Harris has a whole plan that I know she is eager to share. Again, unfortunately, is not available this evening, but we want to make sure that we get information from every last person that we possibly can. So I will make sure we get you that information very soon.
All right. Ms. Gibson, then Ms. Page, and Mr. Barlow, and Ms. Burke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've got lots of questions. I want to emphasize Ms. Dorr's point in terms of feasibility. I mean, I think that ultimately that is, that's really where we need to start. From my perspective, you know, I think that in order for us to get accurate data from parents and families and staff, I mean, we need to know what the feasibility is on those things. And, you know, if there's certain options that are unfeasible because of the cost or transportation, then I question whether we put those as options and, you know, as we're kind of thinking about moving forward. Or two, I mean, if there are, you know, the cost requires a trade-off, then that's important to consider as folks are thinking, well, you know, if we do it this way, that means, you know, this is kind of the ripple effect. So, so I urge the administration to begin to really explore those feasibility questions soon. And I also want to understand our kind of overall timing as we move forward. You know, when ultimately do we need to make a decision on this? And then, you know, how do we work backwards from there? If I recall, there's also some talk about professional development for perhaps some of the virtual live learning. And I wonder how that works along with the professional development that's going to be in place for the new curriculum. There was some question I heard in terms of also the timing for the new curriculum in the summer and whether that's going to be paid. And so, you know, how all of these changes are impacted in terms of the PD. The state of the guidance said that the district needs to submit some type of plan in order to be approved to be in phase 2. And I was wondering if that plan had been submitted, and if not, what the timing is for that. If the board and public can see that plan before it's submitted, if possible. I think it's important for the public to see raw data from the survey that is being collected, so that we can see, who the respondents are and what those demographics look like. I want to make sure we're clear in terms of the, just the kind of health aspect. So is it true that we're going to have different nurse clinics specifically for COVID related issues? And what is the plan for that? What is the medical documentation that needs to be shown to kind of prove that folks are healthy? What would that process look like in terms of, entering the building on a daily basis, and, how much time would that potentially take? I think that as we consider live learning as a Friday or otherwise, that we find out from parents how feasible a live learning approach is to virtual live learning, as opposed to the system that's in place now that that doesn't require someone to be in front of a computer at a specific time. I wanted to understand if we do continue virtual learning, what the tracking assignment system is looking like. I know that there is some data that we have in the presentation for this evening in terms of usage of the virtual programs. And if I recall, that there was some hesitation in that data because there wasn't really an accurate way of being able to capture that. So I want to make sure that, if we are potentially moving forward with some virtual component, that we are, and teachers are able to track work efficiently. I think that how we approach as a district the catch-up work is really critical. How are we going to be assessing where students are at, how much they did online, or not? So what is the process in that? I also want to make sure that as we are considering the options, that we don't forget the technical school, which is already on a half-day program. So what does that look like? What does it look like in terms of the class transitions for middle school and high school? Does it mean that kids stay in place and then teachers kind of rotate around as opposed to the students? So like to get, I think it's important to think about that. And then in the document, the question is, will you send your kid to school or not? And I guess I want to know, so are parents going to have the option to opt out? Going to school is required by law. And so, as a district, are we planning on providing a mechanism for parents to, either, homeschool, or, what is that going to look like in terms of opting out? And as we're thinking about discipline today, how will we enforce social distancing? Are teachers or are students going to be penalized if they are don't adhere to a social distancing rule? Yeah, so I think it's important that we get as much data as possible. I think that the preliminary survey is fine, but ultimately, I think we really need folks to weigh in once we've got some true options and some data and feasibility information to ensure that the options are things that we can actually proceed with.
You're on mute, Miss Owen.
Sorry. Ms. Page, then Mr. Barlow, and Ms. Burke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some of the questions have already been asked, but I want to ask you this question. What is the plan to hear from the parents that we may not hear from due to just not having the accessibility internet, hotspots or what have you. I know that we have, distributed that to our students, but still, what is the plan to be able to reach the parents that we normally may not hear from? Because we want this to be fair across the board. We want to hear from everyone, not a few, but everyone.
Mr. Cameras?
Yes. I'm more than happy to have Dr. Harris share the extensive engagement plan when she is back virtually in the office, as it were. So,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right. So Mr. Barlow, then Ms. Burke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do think that my colleagues have done a good job of outlining a number of the questions that we should be keeping in mind as we develop these plans. But I do have a few in particular. It's good to see some of this early data, and I know that we'll be seeing some more of the data moving forward. But I think one of the big drivers of how the structure will work is exactly how many teachers will feel comfortable coming back to the classroom, and exactly how many families will feel comfortable coming back to the classroom. So, of course, it's important that we start floating, or that we're floating some of these options so we can gather a better idea of that. But that information, if we're going to really act on it and create plans around it, is going to we're going to need to know on a school specific basis where our staff is placed, how many people we have, how many students are going to be attending those schools. And I do think adding into the challenge of a lot of this uncertainty is that there is rezoning going on. So we're going to see some shifts in the student population as well. So it is a lot to wrap our arms around. So I want to make sure that that's expressed, and to get a better idea of how we're going to get that specific feedback, and how I guess how we're going to handle teachers, in particular teachers and other staff who do not feel comfortable coming back, whether it be because they have medical concerns or family at home who may be higher risk, or just which is or I think completely reasonably, or it would be completely reasonable just to be concerned about your own exposure as an employee of the school district. So curious to hear about that. And then also I'd want to know, I think it's in some ways comforting to hear that we think we're going to be moving into phase 3 before the school year starts. I want to think that we've got a lot of progress going on, but there are a lot of projections out there suggesting that that there may be a second wave, to the extent that you believe that we're out of a first wave. So I'm curious to know how fluidly we'll be able to move back and forth and communicate these changes in the event that we have to move to an entirely socially distanced model. So I am glad to hear that we'll have the infrastructure still in place, or even greater infrastructure in place to be doing online education. And then the other piece is, just doing some food and laptop distribution. We've experienced cases where there have been concerns and risks associated with staff members who tested as COVID positive. So I am curious to know on the building level and the district level how we handle a situation where we find out a staff member or a student or a student's family or staff member's family member is exposed and has COVID, because it seems to me like what we may have certain buildings that are open, and certain buildings that may need to be closed. And I don't know if a district-wide reaction is necessary in each of those cases, or if we may be working on a school-specific basis depending on the risks associated with those particular students and staff. So, and let me see, I think I had one more. Ms. Gibson brought up the point related to professional development and pre-service days. That was also a question that was asked of me. I believe I recall when we were going through the discussions about the implementation of new curricula that teachers who did their training over the summer wouldn't have to go through the same PD during the pre-service days. But it was also expressed to me that the amount of PD that our teachers will be going through for both the math and ELA curricula seem to extend beyond the number of pre-service days. So I'm curious to know how we're balancing those. I know that's not entirely a COVID related question. So that may be a second priority there, but yeah.
Okay. Ms. Burke?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Superintendent, for that report. I want to get clarity on the committees that are in place. There are two committees, Mr. Cameron. One is considered with leadership within Richmond Public Schools, and the other is communities and families. And is the number one, are there two different committees that are working on this reopening?
Yes, one is principal and one is community members and family members and teachers.
Okay, so the teachers are on with the community and families.
Yes.
Okay, and you said there are about 48 on that committee?
I think I said 45. I don't know the exact number.
All right. Okay, that's no problem. What I was also asking, but now I understand that the principals, the role is pretty much a little different then. One from administrative point. All right.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking back what Mrs. Page just asked regarding getting the word out to those parents that may not be privy to the internet or not even knowing this is in place. So if we have that many people on that communities and families committee, are they instrumental in helping to get that survey out otherwise, or what's because it is important with the 25,000 students.
Yes.
We do need to have a bigger, I know this is just the first couple of days of getting the survey out, but I wanted to know what their role is regarding helping to get that information out to our parents that are privy to the internet and those who are not.
Yes, those committees will certainly help us get the word out. We also have other pre-existing groups. We have a group called La Comunidad, which is focused on our Latinx community. It's about 25 people with all sorts of connections in that community. They are helping us in those neighborhoods and lots of other groups as well. We're going to do a full court press to get every last voice registered as we possibly can.
So you said there will be another survey as well. Did I understand that later?
Yeah, I'm almost certain we will have follow-up surveys as we narrow things down. New questions will emerge that we'll want more feedback on. So
yes,
we'll be doing this in waves.
Because parents may have something that's not listed on the survey that they may need support with that we have not addressed, that we need to be in preparation for before whatever phase we embrace as we open up schools. So parents may have something that we hadn't thought about. So I hope that's an opportunity for them to either have a free space or some means of communicating what they may need help with regarding returning to school. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Burke. I just want to revisit, somebody asked about timing. Now, we have put in place a special meeting on the 29th that's just for this discussion. Now, we're not going to make any decision that night, but we're going to explore all these different options. Is that not correct?
That's correct. We'll have a lot more data at that point.
Okay.
More information to share. So my hope is that we can use that meeting to really begin to grapple with the trade-offs and potentially begin to come to some consensus around, what are some stakes in the ground we'd like to make, even if we don't formally adopt anything at that point. But I do want us certainly by mid-July.
That's when you need the final.
Absolutely. So that we can flesh everything out. There's a lot that we're working on around the clock. So I'm going to push us all to move fairly aggressively.
Okay, so on the 29th, all we're talking about, and we're not voting on anything. We're just going to talk, maybe come to some consensus, say we lean this way, we lean that way, and you'll have a lot more data for us.
That's right.
And then in the meeting in the middle of July, which is the 18th?
20th.
The
July
20th.
20th.
All right. So it's not even the middle, it's past the middle, on
Yeah.
the 20th.
Well, I reserve the right to revise my calendar because
That's too
July
late.
20th sounds very late to me. So
All right.
let me do a little bit more thinking and preparation for the meeting on the 29th.
All right, but we're still, we have set that up as a special meeting where we're not going to vote.
I understand.
If you
I
want to
understand.
change that, then that's really kind of quick, I think, for us to talk it all through and vote. So maybe we need to have another meeting in July, is what you're telling me.
Maybe.
All right. I'm hearing that too. We've got so much going on. So much going on. I think, much as we hate to, we probably do need to have an additional meeting. Okay. So now I see, yes, we do have one more comment. Mr. Barlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to note that particularly given the ever-changing nature of the COVID updates and everything, I'd be supportive of holding more regular informal meetings if we need as a board to track progress or anything along those lines.
Okay.
So at least one additional meeting, but I'm certainly open to the idea of scheduling additional ones if we need to, especially if it's so easy to meet in this kind of manner.
And of course, we're going to have this public hearing thing going on too with the other, about the police. So there's still a limited number of days. Okay, so we'll be working on scheduling. All right, so then moving on to the COVID update on summer school. That Dr. Epp?
Yes. And just one note, these presentations were all deferred from our last meeting, which is why you'll see the date June 1st.
Yeah.
And folks from the administration will provide some updated voiceover on those.
Okay.
Good evening again. I wanted to present our summer learning strategy. Again, our summer, we had lots of plans for summer school and have, adjusted those in light of our COVID situation. So what we've done, I think what's most exciting is we've developed summer school. We've sort of reframed this as RPS Camp at Home. Our students have, been doing virtual learning for months now. And we wanted to make sure that while we wanted our students to have exposure and access to continued learning, we also wanted to give them something a bit different to keep them engaged and keep things fresh. So we have two types of summer learning happening. First, for pre-K through 8th graders, students will participate in a virtual summer camp-like experience that includes academics and enrichment, which we're calling RPS Camp at Home. And this is going to be in continuing our partnership with the YMCA of Greater Richmond, the Bell Excel curricula, and our Next Up partners who have been working on designing virtual enrichment experiences for students during this closure already. Our high school students and any middle school students who are taking high school credit-bearing courses will have the opportunity, if students need extension, to complete their spring modules in order to earn credit from any courses that they needed to complete from the current year, as well as any high school students that need to participate in credit recovery courses to keep those students on track to graduate. All of our students are invited to participate, and we are doing this from our traditional dates from June 29th to July 31st. Everything is virtual, and this is all provided free of cost to all RPS students. The themes, we've also sort of, to continue with the camp theme, we've developed 5 different themes for each week, and students will receive an activity box for each week that aligns with that theme and aligns with the virtual enrichment activities and academic activities that students have. So the first week, we want to focus on developing healthy minds and healthy bodies. Then we want to focus on mindfulness and meditation. We know that many of us, adults included, are struggling to adapt to this new environment of isolation, as well as many other things going on in our world. So we think that those are really important topics to start with. Getting up and moving and getting physical health, making music and dancing, and creativity. And then in addition to these kind of activity boxes, there's a whole set of enrichment courses that students can choose from, again, aligned to these themes. We'll also have virtual field trip Fridays. So curated and moderated by the YMCA, students participating in RPS Camp at Home will have experiences where they go, virtually somewhere. Many places around the country have created such learning experiences, going to the Met in New York to experience an art collection. Another is sort of experiencing innovation through a makerspace. Another is around building sustainable happiness skills. So these are some examples of the virtual field trips our students will experience. In addition to the pre-K-8 RPS at Home and the high school credit bearings, course credit work, we have a few additional learning programs to make sure that all of our learners have access to ongoing learning and support. So we will offer virtual extended school year services for students with IUPs. These are provided virtually in one-to-one sessions, 2 to 3 times a week for about 30 to 45 minutes. And students participating in ESY, again, all students are pre-K-8 are welcome to participate in RPS Camp at Home, but we certainly would want our students in the ESY program to also participate in the RPS Camp at Home with their peers. And students enrolled in ESY will also have online tutoring support as well. We'll also launch our virtual newcomer academy. So for our students who've been in the country for 12 months or less, or have an English language proficiency of level of 1, they will participate in RPS Camp at Home using a modified version of our curriculum. And they will also use Imagine Learning, which is one of our instructional software programs to support their language acquisition. And newcomer students will have support as they also participate in the virtual Fridays and enrichment sessions. And again, online tutoring will continue to be available. We will also do a STEM Academy preparation for our rising 6th graders participating in the STEM Academies at MLK and Henderson. So in partnership with VCU and others, we'll be launching that virtually. And then lastly, we will offer CTE webinars for 9th through 11th graders that feature speakers along industry lines so that students just get more information and exposure about different career pathways, what it takes to get industry certifications, work-based learning opportunities. We're trying just to expose our students to some of the really incredible offerings available, particularly when they may not have when they may be confined to not going, other experiences. They have this time at home to really learn or explore their interests. So that is a summary of our summer learning plan. I'm happy to take questions.
It looks like we don't have any questions for you this, oh, Ms. Burke, I'm sorry.
I was just getting ready to key that in. Thank you, Ms. Epp. I'm very excited about this program, especially the field trips on Fridays. That's awesome. Excellent. I cannot wait to see the whole listing of the virtual field trips. And I also like the additional summer learning programs, especially with the IEPs and the STEM Academy preparation. That's great. My question is, and it may be on that first page, I'm not sure. I was busy writing at the same time. Students will enroll in the summer school program, correct, Dr. Epp?
Correct. All families can register from our website.
And so there will be an accountability piece there in place in terms of when they're on and when they're off. How will you keep track of our students participating in the programs?
I have to follow up with the specific technology that allows it in terms of the touch points, but I will say, because this is not, this is synchronous experiences. Okay. We are hiring RPS teachers who will be doing face-to-face work, well, virtual face-to-face interactions. So this is not self-paced learning experiences for pre-K-8. This is students will have an assigned teacher. And so we'll be able to check, through attendance and engagement through that will be the primary way.
All right, my last question is, will it be just as we are right now? Will there be any opportunities for Zooming per se, where all the students can interact? I'm hearing from some parents that it's, especially if you're an only child, that they're missing the socialization. Yes. You can't do it so much over the internet, but they're missing seeing other students and all. So there yes. will be an opportunity for all the students to, just as we're doing our meeting right now, panel, people will have the opportunity to respond. And
that's, yes, a platform such as this, and there's several different ones we can use, but this is essential to delivering the summer program.
So how many students are you preparing for per se? Was that on you?
We're just getting I don't have the current, we're just getting an update on the numbers. Mr. Cameras asked me a question. What if everybody signs up? Can we handle it? That would be a great problem to have. So we're preparing, our ballpark is at least 1,000 students. But we will find a way to serve every student and family who signs up. We do have cost savings from transportation and other operational costs. Yeah. And so we believe that we can find a way to move various dollars around within our summer school programming in order to serve as many families. So I would just, our message to families is, if you want your child to have something different, but still be engaged in learning in all the various forms, RPS Summer Camp at Home would be a great opportunity.
My biggest concern is a few students that I keep in contact with during the school year. This will be great for them. We've talked about that. I shared with you some students that I volunteer with. And we have a couple that they haven't really done anything much since March. So I know when we get back into session, and when I try to motivate them to be a part of this, so maybe I'll talk with you later to find out what's a good way to get those students who are not motivated to want to be on summer school, but they are missing opportunities. Yes. Oh, I don't like school. School is boring, and the support isn't in place to push them or encourage them to participate. So yes. At some point, I don't know whether that will go back to the principals and the teachers in terms of recommending students to participate, or I don't know how that would work.
We're definitely doing targeted outreach. Just like we would in any summer school scenario. But I think, to your point, providing some different type of outreach and support for students who have not yet been engaged throughout this whole process is something we can talk more about.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Page. Then Ms. Cosby.
Yes, Dr. Excuse me. Thank you for this presentation. I have a question. What about, do you foresee any barriers, say like with students who parents who are at work and there, maybe some difficulties in participating in the summer camp?
Yes.
So, do you foresee any barriers with those students participating, and how can we support them?
Yeah. Yes. Well, I think part of one of the, I guess, silver linings, if you can call it that, is the way we're doing summer school. I think we can learn some insights about when we go back and what it looks like to be doing real-time virtual learning with teachers, and how teachers build rapport with new groups of students, because these are summer school teachers for whom students haven't engaged with. So I think first there's just a lot of lessons we can learn through some of the summer school work. But yes, I mean, there are concerns about students who have childcare responsibilities of their siblings, who need more guidance, particularly our younger students, to get online. And we're trying to make this as intuitive as possible. I think this gives us we don't have all the answers figured out yet. I think summer school gives us a chance to start testing some strategies and scenarios that will help us, because we'll have a similar challenge in the fall. So we don't have a perfect solution yet, but I'm hopeful that we can try some things and again, in our partners at the Y, and with Next Up, who have a lot of different relationships with our students from their out of school time, we're hopeful that we can figure out some additional strategies this summer.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Ms. Cosby?
Sorry. I was just a quick comment. Thank you for this. And I know you already said that you don't have everything figured out. Got it. But did want to ask that when we have our special meeting regarding the opening of school and the various scenarios, if we can have a more detailed conversation about how we track student engagement. And so I think that's very, very important. I think that will also help to inform. It would be very helpful, I know, for me to know, okay, our students at, let's say Obama or, Overby Shepherd, what's the rate of participation?
Sure.
Now, what it will look like, what it looks like during the summer, and because if we have, let's say you had, Obama had 100% participation of students and Overby had 60%, that might inform even how we go back to school, so would we have more, maybe do more virtual in the beginning for Overby as opposed to Obama. I mean, we might have to customize per school and the school experience and what the school feels would be best for their community. But that part of it is missing, and I think it's a very important piece that we definitely that we need to get more information on.
We can provide breakdown data by registration and then participation over the course of the summer school.
Right, and it would be something that we would use for whatever virtual option, if there is, I don't know, depending on the surveys, what comes back, but whatever virtual options there may be opening school.
Right? Yeah, I mean, I think we're using every
platform?
opportunity to learn.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Board members, we are now after 11 o'clock. So I want you to look at the rest of your agenda, and all of these documents on the updates are on board docs. And so we need to talk about 5.13, the first read revisions to policy 8-2.2. But is there anything else in between that you think we need to talk about now, given the lateness of the hour? Okay, Ms. Gibson?
I support the agenda change, and my one request is that the board receive a written update regarding the memorandum of understanding from the state.
Okay,
That's fine.
okay, all right. Then, seeing no other, how about who's doing 5.13?
I can briefly. Good evening. I would just direct folks' attention to the policy revision summary. This is a proposed revision to our admissions policy. And there's a brief summary document of the types of changes you'll see, but I'll just highlight them very briefly for you. The first is there are proposed revisions that are a bit more family friendly of the type of documentation that families can provide as they're looking to enroll their child. And this will also bring RPS a bit more in line to surrounding divisions as well. The second piece is there is new language regarding students staying with relatives. That's now effective in Virginia, as well as enrollment of emancipated students. There's language that asks the superintendent to draft specific procedures if there are any needed investigations regarding residency. And then there's clearer language about students who move either within or outside of the city within the school year. So we simply ask for your first read on the policy document, and happy to take feedback over the next 2 weeks. The reason I didn't want to push this one more board meeting is just that the summer is obviously a time that new folks are enrolling, and so we'd like to have some of these more flexible residency documents available for parents to use this summer.
Another reason for another meeting, right, Mr. Cameras? Okay. Are we done with that? Do we need?
I am, yes.
Okay. Do we need to do 7.01 receive for information budget transfers, or is that also sufficiently covered on board docs?
I don't believe they need to be approved because the board had already given authority for fiscal year 20 budget transfers. So those are just if there's questions.
Okay. And we have no new business, no announcements. I just have to say one comment before I adjourn. I do believe this is the first time since I've been on the board that Mr. Young has not had anything to say. Thank you, Mr. Young. Okay, I adjourn this meeting.
Good night, all. Good night.
Good night.